Hello, hello, hello. Time for another stream. A visual novel is time. A pure one. A purebred visual novel. Oh god, that's so much pink. It's in Ren'Py and everything. That's how you know it's good. Also, it's weirdly large. The file size for this was like a full gig, and I don't know why. I'm looking through the files. I'm curious where all the data is hiding. Oh wait, how big is it? Well, now it's saying it's 400 megabytes. But I could have sworn it was like 800 when it was compressed. That's mysterious. Alright, well... Oh, preferences. Yeah, sure. This is a murder mystery about who killed my father. You, the player, are here to be told that story. Your primary role in it is to pick between the choices I give you, see them through to the end, and report back to me. Other than that, you just get to sit back and enjoy the show. Good luck. You got it. Let's get started. Every choice we make has its own unique consequences. That's just basic logic, is it? The physics of continuity. But the thing is that we can only ever experience one potential outcome of our decisions. You'll never know what could have happened had you chosen differently, unless you're playing like a video game with save systems. So how is anyone supposed to make an informed decision about anything if we're being forced to choose between timelines like that? Sorry, this is all probably kind of confusing from your perspective. Let me give you an example. I'm buying an ice cream cone. Should I get chocolate or vanilla? Well, you should get the one you like more. I prefer chocolate. The chocolate tastes really good. I eat it, but I get some on my clothes, so now I have to go to the dry cleaners. You don't have to. You can wipe it off and deal with the little poop smear on your shirt. Really, no one will say anything. Trust me, I'm a messy eater. I've done it a lot. I'll never know how the vanilla would have tasted. Yes, I would. I can go back again later, or have an... Oh, you're already getting under my skin. But that's just the way life is, isn't it? You see, I only know of that one outcome that you just chose for me. You, on the other hand, can save and load a point in time from before I made that decision and watch either outcome as many times as you want. All you have to do is scroll back through what I just said, and you can easily find out what that vanilla cone was like. I'd be none the wiser. And that's why I need your help. You're here to be told a story, right? And boy, do I have one in store for you. My name is... Well, let's keep this strictly professional. I don't really like the idea of some stranger on the other side of a screen knowing personal info about me. Give me whatever pseudonym you want. If it matters, I'm a girl. What's my first name? Stinky. Poo-poo head. You're itching. You sure about that? Oh, I'm sure. Oh, that's my last name. For new games. For new games, huh? You sure about that one? Yeah. Alright, my name is Itching for new games. I hope you like it because as far as you know, that's what everyone will be calling me from here on out. Today is February 12th, 2014, and I'm starting my first day as a senior at 4 New Games Academy. Does the school's name sound familiar to you? That's right, and it's not a coincidence either. Think how I must feel. Anyway, there are 2 things you should know about 4 New Games Academy. One is that it is a boarding school for the most elite and occasionally gifted teenagers on the East Coast, and 2, that someone here murdered my father. I don't know who they are or how they did it, but that's what we're here to find out. That's right, we're going to solve a murder together. How's that for a good story? I know your senses are limited to very basic sight, so as I investigate, I'll try my best to tell you everything that's happening around me. I want you to do what I can't, to be able to live through the full consequences of any decision I make, and then return to the past armed with the knowledge of experience. So naturally, you're going to be making all my choices for me. It's just the most efficient way of gathering information. I hate this metaphor, but essentially you're my string puller and I'm the puppet. In fact, that's what I'll call you, string puller. Alright, for new games. So, a good few games now have played with the idea of a save and load system being a part of the narrative. Most famously, Undertale, right? And in Undertale, for the most part, the characters who refer to the player are really... Yeah, they are referring to the... I was thinking they were referring to Frisk, but that's not the case. Sans says that there's some bored god, and then when Kara is threatening you at the end of the genocide run, they say something like, you think you have power over me, but you don't. But other games have done it too. Doki Doki did it a little bit. Not when you're, like, playing the main story or whatever, but when you, go back and experience all of the different, CGs, get all the different arts, and then, you talk to Sayori before her suicide, she'll live. That's the golden ending, and the whole second act of the game never happens. So it plays with it a bit there. But a game I really love that uses save load as a narrative device is Ar nosurge, where it's not referred to in game mechanics. It is incorporated into the lore, in that people of a lower level dimension can see into all the timelines of a higher level dimension. As it's we're from the fourth dimension, you know, the 3 dimensions in space, and we're peering into the 7th dimension, whatever that is, we have this save and load power. And there's 2 characters in Ar nosurge who are also from the 4th dimension, and had the same power but have since lost it. And one of them is aware that you have that power, and she's really annoyed at you, basically. Because anytime that you say something that makes her happy, she thinks you're just manipulating her, that you're going back through older saves to always get the right answer. And there's definitely some truth to that. In one scene, she gives you a quiz on her personal life before she came to the 7th dimension. And there's no way of knowing the right answers. And it's all multiple choice. It's like 4-choice questions or something. So you could get lucky and get them all right on the first try. And when you do get them all right, she's like, it's so unlikely that you got that right by accident. You must have used that power after I said that you shouldn't. And then, so why? Why did you do that? And that's a really good introspection on sort of the manipulative nature of winning someone's heart in a dating sim, as it were, through the use of save load. It is manipulative. Because it's a power fantasy. We want to be able to win the date, when so often in real life we can't. So I think that's really interesting, and there's a bit of that going on here, it seems, but we'll see. Does that all sound good to you? Like a riveting sort of premise? I know that's what you care about. I hope it's compelling anyway, because itching for new games, hey, cute girl. Now I'm gonna have to stop you there. So the art in this game is not... it's not good. Like, how to draw anime. Images. Like, it feels like, in many cases, like a how to draw manga, how to draw anime sort of book. Like, thanks DeviantArt for supplying the art for this game. Ooh, it's not good. And like, so visuals often don't matter all that much. I mean, by all rights, Unobelisk is really ugly, but I'm so drawn to it. But this is ugly in a way that I'm not drawn to. And in a visual novel, that's actually pretty important, because you're going to be staring at these faces for like hours. So, but there are very good visual novels with really bad visuals. like Clanad, which has been described as everyone's eyeballs are melting off the sides of their faces, which is accurate. And then there's Virtue's Last Reward, one of my all-time favorites, with famously hideous 3D models that animate like Jello, and it's still one of the best visual novels of all time. So, I'll grit my teeth, but I don't like it. Oh, right. I may have forgotten to mention that I'm literally walking into the building as we speak. They sent someone to meet me, it seems. We may as well get this story started then. Gia. My name's Gia. It's nice to meet you. I'm the head student ambassador here at 4 New Games Academy, here to help you get acclimated to your school. There should be a period there, right? I'm the head student ambassador here at 4 New Games Academy. Period. Here to help, and then an omitted subject. Here to help you get acclimated to your new school. Or like, and I'm here to help you. This doesn't seem correct. And maybe you don't need that, since you're, you know. But I volunteered to come anyway. I know I have a long history of, you know. She already knows who I am, then. I wanted to lay low for as long as possible, but I guess that was unrealistic of me. It's silly to think that no one at all would have heard about the deceased former headmaster's daughter suddenly enrolling. I was thinking we'd do a tour of the building, since I bet you haven't been here in a while. Does that sound good? It's fine. It doesn't feel fine. A tour wouldn't hurt, actually. If we're going to find out who killed my father, we'll need all the intel we can get. Awesome, let's do it then! Gia's very thorough in showing me everything, just like any good tour guide would be. And here's the library. There are books here, you know. This one time when I was trying to find this one text on, like, electrical engineering in the late 20th century... The Academy really hasn't changed much at all, though. Everything is just like I remember. There are still the same old wide corridors, except they seem so much more filled with shadow now. Sorry, was that overly dramatic? Yes. I'm still getting the hang of this narrator thing. Ah, yes, the school, as I remember it, but evil. And this is the very center of the Academy. Cool, huh? I took you everywhere else first so the tour could have an impressive finish. Now, before we move on, do you have any questions? I do, which means it's your job to ask them, string puller. Make me proud. Where will I be living? It's an important question. I've been pulling a suitcase behind me this entire time, and I want to put my stuff down soon. Oh, that's right. I totally forgot to mention. She hands me a note with what looks like a room number on it, along with a very fancy key card. This is where you'll be living for the coming semester. Fancy card, right? If you have any questions at all about how to get there or what the rooms are like, you can ask me, since we're actually roommates. Wait, what? Gia's my roommate? Did I hear that right? Anyway, we should have just one more place to go now before you're all checked into 4 New Games Academy. You've got to go meet the student council. Why the student council and not literally any other administrative office in the school? I don't know, that's just how things are done around here. I was asked specifically to bring you there. I knew that 4 New Games student council positions are fairly coveted as status symbols, but they never played this big part of school operations. Was this my father's idea? But here we are, in front... You know, I'm reminded. Someone commented on school settings in anime. Obviously unrealistic, right? But they said that the student council being all-powerful is more accurate to real life than the idea of any girl's uniform having the hem of the skirt be above the knees. That made me giggle. But here we are, in front of their office. I don't want to deal with this at all, but if the council is this powerful, then meeting with them could provide me some useful leads. Gia's trying to hide it, very poorly, but she looks very nervous right now. That can't be a good sign. But for better or for worse, we're going in anyway. And as I open the door, I see a couch and a bookcase in classical music. This guy sitting with his feet up on the desk, winding the string from his hoodie around his finger until it turns purple. How nice. Nasty boy. Hey, nasty boy. Hey, you're a nasty boy. He's checking some paper on the desk for my name. I'm not too impressed so far. Once he finds it, though, he almost falls out of his chair. Itching for new games, that's you. These student council positions really are meaningless, aren't they? Working hard, huh? This might be making a bad first impression for myself, but I'm not sure I care with this guy. Hey. He opens his mouth looking like he's about to call for someone and then closes it. After a second, he gets up from the desk. Hey, sorry about that. You know how it is. I'm Dux, Stuco Vice President. And if you need someone to help you get a firm grasp on life here at Fortnite Games Academy, I'm your guy. He's a Farfetch'd, I just know it. I know a Farfetch'd from first gen nickname when I see it. I know my ducks. You get taught cut and fly and nothing else. Is that an innuendo for something? It better not be. Ha ha ha. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna get out of here and leave you to your business, Itching. I'll see you later at the room. Gia runs off with my luggage before I could even say okay. She must really not want to be here, which begs the question, do I? Hey, you want to get out of here? If you come with me, we can... I didn't want to know how he'd end that sentence, so I'm very grateful for whoever just came in. I hear voices. Has our new student arrived, Mr. Del Rosario? Dux just completely froze up as soon as the other boy entered the room. He must be outranked. Hello, Miss For New Games. My name is Crispin, president of... Wait, what's my best Crispin Freeman voice? Great, using tautology to dodge the subject. My name's Kyo. I can't really do a Crispin Freeman voice. My name's Crispin, president of the For New Games Academy Student Council. I'm very glad you're here today. So... I've seen some people talk about, when someone brings up over-sexualization of female characters in media, right? People will bring up, like, He-Man as, well, this male character is over-sexualized and it's not a problem. He-Man isn't over-sexualized for women. He's over-sexualized for men. That is to say, he's, the ideal male body. But that's not what women overwhelmingly want. So much as a more feminine man. Now, this might be a little too far on the other way, but you know who are really popular? People who look like Sora from Kingdom Hearts, or Robin from Batman. Twinks. So now this, you may not want to admit it, but this is what peak male performance looks like. The focus of his gaze is blinding. I don't think I've met anything my age with such bright eyes before. If he's well off enough to be the president, then we've probably crossed paths at some kind of function in the past. I wonder if I know him. Though I haven't attended any such events since before I left for California, so it would have been a while ago. Have we met before? No, I don't believe we've ever spoken. That checks out. I don't know why I thought we'd know each other. I was a pretty rowdy kid, so I didn't exactly get along with most of my peers. I must apologize, Mrs. For New Games, for not being available to greet you myself. We've been quite busy planning this Friday's Valentine's Day auction, and therefore only Mr. Del Rosario could receive you. Regardless, welcome to For New Games Academy. In light of such recent tragedy, we, the Student Council, aim to do everything in our power to make your time here a pleasant one. And that is why we have sent for you today. This could turn into many things, both good and bad, depending on what he means by pleasant. Everything will be explained in time, Miss For New Games. Mr. Del Rosario, could you please fetch our remaining 2 members? Dux nods and heads further into the room towards the door that Crispin came from. Yes, the student council here is not only has their own office, it's got multiple rooms to it. Hey, you know who is here. Right as he said that, the door slams open and a familiar face peeks out. A very familiar face. In fact, someone I knew I'd see here eventually, but that doesn't mean I'm ready, even after all these years. God, it's... Itching! I can't believe you're here! It's so great to see you! Meet Victor, my former best friend. His family runs a huge fashion label, so I should have known that he'd be on the student council here, but I didn't want to believe it until now. Nasty boy. It really killed him that we didn't get to wait for you out front, you know. He's that desperate. Anyway, it's so great to see you. I tried to reach out to you last December with my condolences, but you didn't respond at all. I was a little worried. So I was reading through the itch page on this, and there's lots of comments. But someone mentioned that at some point someone asks you, what did Victor do? And they said that there's a unique response if you answer gay. I'm very curious. And I think so is Victor. I'll spare you the backstory, but let's just say Victor doesn't know when to quit. Hello, Victor. It's been a while. I'm not going to say I'm happy to see him after all these years, but I guess I don't hate it either. He hasn't changed much, though, that's for sure. It really has. Itching and Victor, reunited at last. Can you believe that? I sure can't. I see you are already familiar with our secretary, Mr. Winterbone. You must also meet Mr. Rajendran. Rahendran. Look, J's are literally the worst letter. The letter J, or something that represents it, is pronounced differently in every single language. You've got your J, you've got your Y, you've got your H, you've got your J. There's probably others. You know, Rajendran. There's no saying how it's pronounced. So I'm going to say it different every time. That's my decision. Hello, you can just call me Ellis. I hope you enjoy your... This is the worst one yet. It's like a Laffy Taffy face. You just pull on it and it keeps going. I hope you enjoy your time here at our school. He can't seem to meet my eye. Is that shyness or all-consuming guilt over having killed my father? I need to start making note of potential suspects. It's probably just shyness, though. I shouldn't get ahead of myself. Just going off first impressions, he seems like the nicest of the bunch. Very classically pretty, kind of like a princess. What do you call that hairstyle? It's beautiful, kind of like a pinwheel curl. I'm a little jealous. My hair is too straight to pull off something like that. I guess it's a flower crown, because my bangs look like flowers and they're in the same spot as a crown, but usually I don't call it anything. I just wake up like this, you know? Now that all the introductions have been... Great, using tautology. Look, whenever you're trying to do a voice, there's a line you gotta say, right? A line that someone said in that voice. And for me, it's the bit at the end of the first season of Haruhi, where Kyon is saying, discussing to himself, like, what is Haruhi to me? And he goes, Haruhi is Haruhi. And then, great, using tautology to dodge the subject. Now that all your introductions have been made, it is time to address your purpose in being here, Miss For New Games. You couldn't possibly know my real purpose in being here, could he? I will be direct. The student council would like to offer you, as former headmaster For New Games' daughter, an honorary position among our ranks. Oh no, it's fine. He doesn't have a clue. Wait, what did he just say? We feel very strongly that this position is your birthright and will not allow you to decline. So it's like, you've been president anyway if you'd been here at the start of senior year. I mean, he's absolutely right, but I am really not a fan of having things forced on me thanks to my family's status. Isn't that a great idea, Itching? We'll get to spend so much time together. Pardon me if I don't jump for joy. And there's been a lot of paperwork for us to do lately, so it'll help you to be around. You'll also receive a litany of potential benefits from being among our ranks, such as, he's reciting this laundry list now that I'm not sure I care to relay. It's kind of fascinating, though. These boys aren't even affected by evening curfew. Can you imagine that? Exemptions from various academic requirements, access to restricted data. Wait, hold on. Restricted data? That sounds very up my alley. If I can get my hands on some of that, there'd be a lot I could find out. This might be the opportunity I've been waiting for. I'll do it. I don't have much of a choice, but it's the best route for me to take if I want to continue my investigation. I welcome you to the For New Games Academy Student Council then, Miss For New Games. I hope we will all find this to be a mutually fulfilling arrangement. Welcome home, Itching! Yeah, welcome. Welcome! Your orientation will take place shortly after classes and tomorrow afternoon. I look forward to seeing you then. Please let this be worth it. After that entire ordeal, I might as well head to the dorm now and meet up with Gia. Since we're roommates now, I guess. Did she volunteer to show me around just because of that? She's sitting cross-legged on the bed at the occupied side of the room, probably waiting for me to get back. Itching, so how did it go? Were you recruited to the council? How did she know about that? How did she know that that's what I was summoned for? Oh, you know, I kind of figured there's only so many things they'd want someone like you for, right? I mean, even if you've never gone to school here before, you're still one of them. I must seem like that to someone like Gia, but I couldn't feel farther apart from those boys in the student council. So even if you're new here, I'm sure they'll treat you as an equal. They probably will, which just makes me wonder, how do they treat their equals? Don't worry, I bet you'll be so busy helping prepare for the Valentine's auction this Friday that you won't even get the chance to feel sad or anxious about anything, bestie! Right, Crispin mentioned something like that earlier. I have no idea what that is, but I'll no doubt find out tomorrow. I'm still stuck on how Gia was both my guide and my roommate, by the way. Did she plan that? Maybe there just aren't many vacancies around this time of year. Now, there's actually a lot of empty spots right now, but I went to housing and asked them to put my room at the top of the list, and now here you are. I'm sorry. Yeah, she responded to my inner monologue. Winter is just like a really lonely season, you know? Oh, I feel that. That's why I attended boarding school in California for high school until now. I've had enough of freezing temperatures, among other things. So it's her. She's the killer, 100%, right? She read my mind. That means she's a secret space alien trying to commit genocide on the human race. I've played Otomace before. She heard me. Look, that's Occam's razor, and we will not be having that in an Otome. By the way, I just wanted to say, because I didn't earlier. Oh boy, here it comes. I'm sorry about what happened to your dad. What an awful thing to go through. I thought so. Sooner or later, everyone gives me their condolences. Thanks. You shouldn't feel like you're alone in the world, Itching. Everyone here is going to be super excited to meet you and be friends. Right? I know I just met you this morning, but I don't know. You're really cool, and I hope we can get along. Gia may be blissfully ignorant about why I'm here, but at least she seems genuine. This could be a lot worse, really. It'll be nice to have a friend who has nothing to do with any of this murder business. Plus, she's cute. I hope you're getting more out of this student council nonsense than I am, because I do not expect to enjoy it. But at least I'm making progress, right? And that's what matters most. I'm pretty tired, so I'll talk to you tomorrow. We got a long day ahead of us, if the members of the student council are to be believed. Fingers crossed that it all turns out well. Please, I really hope it does. Good afternoon, string puller. My first day of class has been fairly uneventful so far, if you don't count all the wide-eyed looks I get when anyone hears my last name. Everyone is walking on eggshells around me, even the teachers. I think they're afraid of me. I suppose I'd rather be feared than to have everyone treat me like I've suffered a tragedy, but I'd rather just blend in if I can. I have one class left until my orientation after school, study hall. I've done well to avoid any student council members today so far, but... Oh, Christ! Speak of the devil, there's the blue flower bed himself right there, seated alone at the table. Strange, with a face like that you'd think he'd be more popular. He's waving at me very eagerly, so now I have to sit with him or I'll feel bad. Itching, I didn't know we had class together. What a surprise! Keep your voice down, we're in a library. Oh, sorry, I thought I was whispering. Anyway, I shouldn't distract you since you probably have lots of work to catch up on. I just wanted to say hello. I actually have nothing to do, since this is only my first day, but I won't dissuade him from leaving me alone. I want Nasty Boy. Let's date Nasty Boy. I also have lots of work to do, but I can't find my pen. It's right there, stuck in one of his flowers. How is he not noticing? I should have brought another one. This always happens. Should I tell him? Okay, you're right. I'll be nice. Oh, thank you, Itching. I wonder how it got there. Presumably because that's where he put it. Oh, wait, Itching, can I ask you something? That's never a very good thing to hear, is it? Why did you transfer to our school all of a sudden? You're a graduating senior, aren't you? And right after your father... I knew someone would ask me this sooner or later, but I didn't think it would be Ellis. I just needed a change of scenery. That makes sense, I think. I've never really felt that way. Those were both awful answers, by the way. Sorry I asked. I guess I was just curious. But now that you're one of us, though, I hope we can get to know each other better. I just think you're an interesting person. Is that strange? A little? A compliment is a compliment, I suppose. By the way, are you going to attend the auction tomorrow night? I don't think you'll have to participate, so don't worry. You can just watch. That's the Valentine's thing they were talking about yesterday, right? If my attendance isn't required, then probably not. I got better things to do. America's Finest Hotels airs on Friday nights, after all. Right, is that a good show? They're called the Finest for a reason, Ellis. Jeez, Ellis, you don't even know. I just thought it might be nice to see you there in the crowd. It's a little nerve-wracking standing in front of everyone like that. I guess he must be one of the auctioneers. What are they auctioning off, anyway? People? Murder victims? Anyway, we should probably get back to work. He sits back to stretch, causing a very interesting sound to come out of his mouth. And the floppy collar on his sweater just fell down a bit to reveal a long, messy scar running right across his neck. I think I'm just going to mind my own business on that one. You need to go to the student council room right now, right? I can walk you there. I don't trust that someone like Ellis knows where he's going, but neither do I yet, so maybe two wrongs will make a right. Great, using tautology to dodge that. Miss for New Games, Miss Rajendran. I trust you've spent an enjoyable study hall together. Ah, I did not expect to see him there. How long you been standing there? Why, not long at all. I timed my arrival precisely. So, I will be showing Miss for New Games to the student council room. Yes, your services will not be required. I'll see you tomorrow, Itching. So, I'm a little sensitive to seeing ums in writing. Like, obviously it's intentional, of course. And in many cases, it's just to, like, set up, this character stammers. Like I do. I get that. But having played Raging Loop recently, anytime the protagonist ums, they're lying. So, I'm like, what are you lying about? Filthy turtleneck sweater wearing. Shouldn't he be coming with us too, since he's the treasurer? They have an auction going on tomorrow. He'll need to count the money. Follow me if you please, Miss for New Games. He starts walking away in a businesslike manner. That's where you walk, but with money. Behind us, Ellis grows smaller and smaller. I could see him waving goodbye, not going anywhere as we walk away. I'm gonna need a lot of water for this. Welcome back to the For New Games Academy Student Council offices, Miss for New Games. What is with this guy's aversion to using people's first names? He's like a doll with a pull string on his back. There's a snake in my boot. Someone poisoned the watering hole. I killed your father. As it turns out, Miss for New Games, you have transferred in at quite the convenient time. Our annual Valentine's Day auction is tomorrow, and your assistance in any last-minute preparations will certainly not go unappreciated. Just a moment. As such, your role today will be to manually activate all our bidding devices. Although many modern auction houses still retain traditional bidding systems, we here at For New Games Academy are embracing the 21st century this year with machines. Provided courtesy of Evco, a caterpillar always becomes a butterfly. Wow, it's been years since I've heard that slogan. There's a blast from the past. Alright, the Everett Corporation, or Evco for sure, is or was a very prominent local tech company. I'm quite surprised to hear that it's still around after what happened a while back. You know the thing, the noodle incident. These devices must all be scanned against each student ID barcode. Once activated, they'll be receptive to the user's fingerprint, heart rate, line of credit, and much more. We have all that information on file? Why am I even asking? Of course we do. I suppose I ought to explain the exact details of the auction. Each year, in the spirit of Valentine's Day, the Student Council holds an auction in which the items that students bid upon are a date with each member. Oh, so they're basically selling the emotional labor of pretending to be interested in someone for a night. That sounds a little sketchy. You may rest assured, Miss for New Games, that you have arrived at a too late time to be included as an item in the auction. And I am so grateful for that. It may sound frivolous, but I assure you that the Valentine's Day auction is a cherished annual fundraiser. It sounds more than frivolous. This school has absolutely zero need of any fundraiser. I've seen how many figures its endowment is. Oh, it's gonna get an endowment, alright. The entire affair has grown into quite the production. It has reached the point where the exact location and activities of our dates have become some carefully guarded secrets to be revealed only at the auction itself. What cut is Evco getting? Zombie company or not, they still wouldn't lend the school free tech for nothing in return. Why nothing at all? This is solely an act of charity. He really believes that? How oblivious can you get? I have placed a set of laminated instructions and a class roster at the front desk. Please do not be afraid to ask any further questions, may you have any. In the meantime, I'll remain here at your disposal as I complete my own work at the office computer. Great, there goes my chance to find any intel. He can see every little thing I do as he sits there. Ugh, I guess I'd better get started then. He did laminate the instructions for me after all. You know, they didn't give me an official student council title, but if they did, I suspect it'd be the intern. Like, seriously, they recruited me just for this? The process looks fairly simple, though. I just have to scan the barcode on each student profile with each machine. How bad can it be? Really bad, as it turns out. This is so boring! You should be glad you aren't the one stuck doing this right now. Though Crispin looks like he's absorbed in his work, I can see his eyes flick over towards me periodically. Their color is almost kind of familiar. It's this very specific shade of pink. Like, this is a weirdly specific example, but this time when I was a kid, What, is that his phone going off? Hello? Why, yes, I have. He's going to answer just like that while I'm still here in the room? Yes, it did seem a bit odd to me. Of course I will, since you find it necessary. Goodbye. He ended that call, and now I have to try and look like I wasn't just eavesdropping. My apologies, Miss For New Games, but I must step out for a moment. Yes, time to crack open some files. Worry not, however, I will be sending for someone else to keep your company while I'm gone. No looking at the files now. No, that's the opposite of what I wanted. If I do not return within the hour, please leave it to him to shut down the computer and lock all the doors. Until we meet again, Miss For New Games. Okay, quick. I've got this tiny unsupervised gap right now to snoop as much as I can. Whatever Crispin had open on the computer is probably my best shot. It looks like he was in the middle of checking email, on his personal account, interestingly enough. Here's what the most recently received one says. Dearest Crispin, remember, it is very important that you meet with Itching tomorrow. She's waited long enough to learn the truth about her father. Love, Stacy! Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here. Like, Stacy. Namely, the fact that Crispin is getting emails regarding some kind of truth about my father. I'd say that's more than somewhat suspicious. And who's the Stacy? She seems very affectionate. A friend, maybe? Mother, sister, girlfriend, taunting nemesis? I may not know him very well, but I can't imagine Crispin having any of those relationships with anybody. I highly doubt he has a mother. This one spawned from an egg that fell from space. But what's just like Deoxys. But what's important is that this is what I've been searching for. Information. No, that's the door. Someone's here already, right at the worst time possible. I close the email and try to run to my desk at the speed of light, but I'm already too late. Oh, it's Dex. No big deal then. But I must look so suspicious just standing here. Quick, we need to change the subject. Hey there, lover boy! This is a bad idea. Lover boy? Usually I'm the one who says that. Anyway, I'm here to, like, keep an eye on you or something. Don't know why he made me do it, jeez. He leans on my desk looking very sensually lost in thought. I'm just going to keep scanning with the hopes that maybe he'll get bored and leave. You getting stuff ready for the auction? Man, it's gonna be killer. Maybe he'll even top last year's. I think he wants me to ask what happened last year, but I won't. You want to know what happened last year? Oh, I guess you will. No, I think I'm good. So, me and my date, there's this really nerdy but cute kid I had bio with. We bribed a security guard to drive us out of town, and then we got train tickets to New York for the weekend. That doesn't sound very allowed. Boarding school rules tend to be very clear about what... Boarding school rules tend to be very clear what will happen if you go off campus unauthorized. Nope, not allowed at all, which is why my date freaked out and called your dad before we even got to the station. And then I killed him! Honestly, I'll never ever forgive them for doing that to me, but you know, whatever, it's chill. Anyway, yeah, so I'm the reason why students can't buy train tickets now. Also, I'm why they check IDs before you can leave campus by car, and why they stopped doing boat rides across the lake. Wow, just how many times has this guy tried to run away from school? I'm kind of a legend, if you know what I mean. I'm kind of a nasty boy. But this year I'm going straight. Not straight as in, like, hetero. Oh, God, no. But as in I won't try to run away. It'll be a legit date. Oh, I'm sure. And if you buy me at the auction tomorrow night, you could find out what I had in mind. I probably could, but do I want to? No. He's practically laying belly up at my desk now and knocked my class roster on the ground. Thanks a lot. Oh, sorry, let me get that for you. He's bending over rather provocatively, giving a full view of just how well he fills out those sweatpants. He's definitely doing this on purpose. It doesn't take that long to pick up a packet of paper. There you go. Looks like you only got like 269 more students to scan. Nice. Well, he's exaggerating, right? I guess I won't be leaving anytime soon. I just keep scanning as Duck spins around in his chair and describes in detail every time he's ever tried to leave campus, or something like that. I'm not really listening. There's so much I could be learning right now. Why did it have to be Ducks who came in? At least Victor would be quiet if I asked him to shut up. Well, my fingers feel like they're about to fall off, but at least I'm done now. Crispin never came back. I guess he went to do... whatever he wanted to do kept him busy. Hey, you gonna head back to your room? Come on, I'll walk you. My kingdom for a way to shake this guy. I know my way around the girls' dorm really well because... Itching! Hello! That just scared me half to death. Where did he come from? Are you going back to your room? Hey, I'm here too. Sorry, I was talking to Itching. Now there's the Victor I used to know. I feel like the temperature in here just dropped about 15 degrees. Yeah, I bet you were. Really living the dream. I have no idea what you're talking about. Sure you don't. You never do. You know what? I just remembered I have a thing to do. You walk her back. Have fun, lover boy. He walks off towards the boys' dorms. Victor looks embarrassed, to say the least. What just happened? Anyway, what's going on between you two? It's nothing. Honestly, not a big deal. You wouldn't even want to know. But forget about him. I'm here to see you. It's been so long, Itching. We need to catch up. I still can't believe you're here. I never would have thought that. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm so happy you're here now. If I tell him to go away, he'll probably cry himself to sleep, so I guess I can stand a 5-minute walk together. Hey, Itching, just checking, but you're not mad at me, are you? Oh, here we go. Why would I be mad at you? Well, you know about what I did that night, when I killed your father. I thought about all this time you might still be angry, but I guess not, so just forget I said anything. He can think whatever he wants. I'm not going to explain a thing. We're getting close to my room now, so thankfully I'll soon be free from Victor's clutches. But Itching, I hope you understand how very important you are to me. I'd do anything for you, truly anything. Like, I'm not saying I think you're mad at me, but if it'd make you forgive me, I would. Well, never mind. Forget I said I'd kill your father for you. Forget I said anything. You'll see what I mean later, especially if you attend the auction tomorrow. What the hell is that supposed to mean, Victor? Should I be worried? But I don't want to draw this out any longer by asking questions, so. Good night, Itching. It's only like 5 p.m., Victor. Hey, Itching, how was your first day? What was Duco like? I mean, if it's not, like, illegal to say. A lot of data entry. Well, you know what they say about data entry. What do they say about data entry? Nothing. They don't really say anything. It's boring. You probably can't say, but I bet you worked on auction stuff today, right? Gia sees right through my non-existent lies. She could be a government interrogator. I'm not sure I'll go to the auction this year, but it's always really fun. You should go, though, since you're part of it. Why do people keep telling me to go to this thing? There's so much I could get done on a night where the student body is all stuck in one place. Unless... That email of Crispin said he had to meet with me tomorrow, which is the day of the auction. Could he be expecting me there? Metal Gear. He did go over the event pretty thoroughly with me. Maybe that was a sign. Oh, that's my text tone. That's unusual because no one ever texts me anymore. It's not a number I recognize, which is a little ominous, maybe, but here's what it says. Do you really want to know what happened to your father? Wait, what? Who is this? But it doesn't matter. I'm responding with a yes. It wasn't an accident. Is that what you came to hear? Yes, it is. Was it murder? Can't give details, RN. If you want more info, bid on me tomorrow at the auction. We'll talk face to face then. Our code word is run away. That's how you'll know it's me. This is from a student council member? Am I supposed to say that word to him on our date or something? I send text after text asking more questions, but he doesn't respond. Meeting up in person must be important to him, but I've already seen the entire student council today, so why didn't he say anything then? Itching, you look stressed. I can't tell her about any of this. I wouldn't even know what to say. I'll just say it's student council business. Oh, right, you're one of them now, so I'm sure I wouldn't understand. You should go ahead and sort it all out before tomorrow. Lots of little auction fires to put out, I bet. But enough of that. Who is this mysterious informant? I want to think it's Crispin given the email, but can I really assume that? I really don't know any of the student council members well enough to know who'd do something like this. Well, except Victor, but a lot can change over 4 years. This could very well be a trap. How does this guy even know that I want information about my father? But there's a good chance that this is legitimate, too, and that I may never get an opportunity like it again. So I have to do it. I have no other choice. Ugh, wait, that means I actually have to go to the auction now? What a pain. How will I even figure out who it is? I can't just shout the code word out loud to the whole auditorium, and I'll only have one chance to get it right. Wait a minute, no I don't. That's literally the entire reason you're here, string puller. We have infinite chances. You'll just go through every possible outcome of who I date tomorrow night, and we'll find the informant through process of elimination. Once you've done that, you'll come back to a point before I've even gone to the auction. Tell me what you've learned, and then I'll act accordingly. It's a genius, no-risk plan. Are you sure you're okay, Itching? You have this weird look on your face, like you're thinking of doing something really wild. I suppose one might describe a plan where I send 4 or 5 versions of myself into non-canon timelines as really wild, yes. Well, if you are, I don't want to know. Don't just tell me what it is or anything, just stay safe, okay? But what if I killed her father? That's it, I'm Killer Man. Killer Man killed her father. Killer Man is Killer Man. She looks so sad, I almost want to reassure her. Of course I'll stay safe. That's what we're sacrificing all the other itchings for. But luckily she won't be involved in any of this. Gia's just a normal student. What could she You're laying it on pretty thick. It couldn't be this one. It must be one of the others. Are you ready to go through with this string puller? Because I know I am. Let's take 5 and meet back up after class tomorrow. We've got a long night ahead of us. Or at least you do. I'll only have to do it once after all. I only have to do it once if that's all I want to do. Hello again, string puller. Welcome back to the plot. You haven't missed much. All day today was just a big nothing of worrying about tonight. The auction's about an hour from now. There's not much I can do to prepare, so I'll just have to go in there and let you do your thing. When I told Gia I decided to go, and she insisted on coming with me for some reason. It was a little weird, but I guess I won't say no to a little companionship. So how do you want to do this? I don't experience time like you do, so I have no way of knowing if this is even your first run-through of the night or not. How will you know when you're ready to tell me everything? We need some kind of system to verify how much you've learned. Hold on, let me think. So if you're reading this, and you've seen me spend evening with every possible date option, say yes. But if not, say no. You should probably save your progress at this point, or whatever it is you do, by the way, just a thought. Fine. Yeah, I've seen it all. No, not yet. So we're in the same ignorant boat then. No point in waiting around. Let's get the show on the road. Welcome one and all to the annual 4 New Games Academy Senior Student Council Valentine's Day auction. This year, before I begin, I must give thanks to our sponsor, the Everett Corporation. This event could hardly have happened without the support of the Everett Family Trust. It is my absolute pleasure to be your Master of Ceremonies tonight. As always, all benefits will go directly towards the betterment of students here at 4 New Games Academy. The rules are much the same as they are every year, despite the addition of more modern machines. Please enter your bids as soon as they open for each member. In order to be declared the winner, a bid must go unchallenged for 10 seconds. Once a bid has been won, the winner may step outside to collect their winnings, if you will. Beyond that point, I can only wish you all the best of luck. Now, shall we open the proverbial curtain to meet this year's bachelors? I think we shall. Our first eligible bachelor for tonight is Student Council Secretary Victor Winterbone. He has to go up first. I kind of feel bad for him. Victor doesn't really like being in front of crowds like this. He's smiling wide, but I've known Victor for long enough to be able to tell what he's totally faking it. If he was really happy, it'd reach his eyes. He hands an envelope over to Crispin like they're about to reveal the next Academy Award. Right, their date locations are huge secrets, aren't they? This must be the reveal time. When you purchase a date with Mr. Winterbone, you will be treated to a romantic ride with him on the local Ferris wheel. His ideal partner is a close friend, someone he can truly devote himself to without reservation. Wow, wonder who that could be. Bids begin at $50. Ugh, I know you'll have to pick him eventually just for the sake of completion, but I'll tell you right now that our date's gonna be really awkward. There are a lot of things hanging between us that, frankly, Victor and I have never really talked about. But he was acting a bit strange yesterday. Maybe that was him trying to tell me something. Honestly, though, unless Victor's grown a spine in the past 4 years, I really doubt he is discreet enough to be my informant. Don't bid. The bidding's over within minutes and gets to a couple hundred. This is so ridiculous. And the girl who won the bid, does she even know him? But I don't envy the version of me who has to go on that date, I have to say. Victor looks kind of sad, actually. I hope he wasn't expecting me to bid on him or anything. Our next item up for auction is Ellis Rajandan, our treasurer. Ellis just pulled his envelope out from somewhere, but I can't see any pockets on his outfit. How did he do that? Mr. Rajandan's date tonight will take place under the lights of a local aquarium, viewing the fish alongside his sweetheart. His ideal type is someone understanding and in touch with their emotions. Could Ellis be my informant? He's so unassuming that I could hardly even imagine something like that. But even so, it wouldn't be a complete waste to buy his date. I'm sure I could get him to spill something if I ask nicely. It just seems like that kind of guy. Nope. No, not this time? Alright, you're the expert. I want that shirt. I want that. No thanks. Do you live on a boat or in a hole? No thanks. Our next member is everyone's favorite runaway, Vice President Duxdale Rosario. He has assured us that this year he will be making absolutely no attempts to illicitly leave campus. Everyone in the audience laughed at that. Was that meant as a joke? And Dux is just laughing right along with them as he hands Crispin the envelope. Tonight, Mr. Del Rosario's entirely legitimate date involves couples skating hand in hand at the local ice rink. His ideal type is someone trustworthy who seeks adventure but also wants to, and I quote, get a little nasty, winking emoji. As vice president, Dux actually might know enough to be possibly my informant, but whether I'd be able to stand an entire date with him is another matter. But you know, that one bit about being everyone's favorite runaway? Remember, runaway was my informant's code word. This could be a sign. Bid. Sure, why not? It'll be an adventure if nothing else. A quick start to the bidding comes from Mr. Zhang with $200. Huh? Miss Flores raises him $300. Huh? Hitching, if you're gonna bid, you better move fast. Dux is really popular. Practically everyone here wants a piece of him. Mr. Zhang now fires back with $350. I stand corrected. Mr. Tyndall now has a bid with $450. This is all going so fast, I can't keep up. This happens every year. Just go as high as you can. Does Dux even have a thing going on with all these people? Jeez, he really does get around. Miss for New Games has entered the fray with $600. Yeah, Miss Flores billed $650 in return. Miss Flores thinks $50 is enough to outbid me. At least start digging into your inheritance if we're gonna do this. And Miss for New Games bids. Excuse me now, Miss Poiret has raised her bid to $800. What is wrong with these people? You can't leave them alone for a second. But I refuse to lose now that we've set our target. If they want to start a bidding war, then that's what they'll get. $850, $875, $950. The price just keeps climbing higher and higher. We could travel anywhere in the world on our date with this money. $1,200 from Miss for New Games. Going once, going twice. Wow, Itching, you're really, like, in a league of your own. My last name is on the goddamn building. And I swear to God if any of these people try to challenge me again. One date with Mr. Del Rosario sold to Miss for New Games. Yes, I did it! And if I don't get my money's worth tonight after all that nonsense, I'm gonna scream. There's no one out here except he who I came to see, Dux as suave as ever. Fancy meeting you here. Sorry you had to drop all that cash. I'm kinda like a big deal. No thanks. I can tell. You ready to go? We have a long night ahead of us, if you know what I mean. Let's just feed him the code word before we do anything rash. Why did Crispin call you a runaway? Cause I tried to run away a bunch of times? Duh. Now, are we playing 20 questions here, or are we ice skating? Unless he's playing dumb, I don't think he's my informant. Not a huge surprise. But now that I'm here, I might as well make the best of it and see what I can get out of him. And even if this turns out to be a total wash, Dux does seem like he knows how to show a girl a good time. Can you tell I'm trying very hard not to think about how much money I just spent? I'm just gonna assume you're so quiet right now because you're busy checking me out. You got all night to take it in, babe. No hurry. Ugh, he's hot, I'll admit, but not that hot. He grabs a big duffel bag off the floor. That must be our ice skates. You ready for the night of your life, Itching? As ready as I'll ever be to fall on my face, I guess. I'm not exactly the greatest skater. By the way, are you wondering why this school even has an ice rink so close by? You must be. It and much more, all to keep us students occupied so we won't run off and get into trouble like Dux. I know it seems ridiculous, and it is, but just work with me here. It's said that we'll have lots of locations to play this game on, despite the setting of a boarding school keeping us within campus. That's why, obviously. It's eerily quiet out here considering it's Valentine's Day. No one's in town at all, not even at the rink. Outside of which we are currently standing, but for some reason have yet to enter. God, I told him we didn't need to rent out the entire rink like 5 times. How much you want to bet he forgot on purpose and there's someone in there supposed to watch us this whole time so we can't leave undetected? He thinks I'm still going to run off this year after I already told him and literally everyone else that I won't. Just because I do it every year doesn't mean I'm going to do it this year. Itching, you believe me, right? I wouldn't lie to everyone like that, would I? His track record isn't particularly encouraging, I have to say. You're a smart girl. What would you say if I told you that I'm leaving this school forever tonight? I would doubt his ability to leave forever, whatever that means, but I'd still not particularly be shocked. And what if I said that I wanted you to come with me? Would that surprise you? No. No way. Absolutely not. I'm not doing this. Not again. You want to blow this joint? He opens the duffel bag to reveal not ice skates, but blankets, socks, and non-perishable foods. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Don't worry, we'll still be ice skating, sorta. If you count crossing a frozen lake as a form of ice skating. The lake? Oh god, this just keeps getting worse and worse. Welcome to Dux Del Rosario's escape attempt to numero 8. Now co-starring the beautiful and dangerous Itching for New Games, who I couldn't ask for a better partner in crime. Why am I involved in all this? We barely know each other. Was he just gonna do this with whoever won his date? Don't even think about it. Just follow your heart and come with me. Those sound like two different suggestions. Come on, Itching. Come on, come on, come on. I know what you're really like. You've had enough of trying to live out a destiny as your family's puppet. Living, working, and dying just how they want, and you're sick of it. Like, dude, you went to a different high school for nearly 4 years instead of the one your family owns. Don't tell me that was just because they have better extracurriculars over there. So you want to know what I think? I think you want to make a mistake. I think you want to do something stupid, and most of all, I think you want to piss off your parents. And I think you want to do it with me. You've been talking to Victor, haven't you? What? I mean, not lately, but what does that have to do with this? Look, whatever he's told you about me, it's not true. So he really doesn't know about what happened 4 years ago. This is all just a huge coincidence then. So does he really think all those things about me? I can't believe this. The rebellious Itching he's talking about only exists in his head. But all the same, he's right. I do know how it feels to be nothing more than a last name. And I must admit, I've tried to run away from home a non-zero amount of times. Clock's ticking, Itching. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, slipping away right before your eyes. That lake won't stay frozen forever, and Dux del Rosario is a limited-time offer. There's absolutely no way I'm walking across a frozen lake, no matter how hot he looks suggesting it. He's reaching out for my hand, and I feel like it's the devil himself in a crop top trying to make a deal. This is stupid. This is so stupid. I'm not even wearing good shoes for walking on ice. You know, I could kiss you right now, get you a little warmed up for the trip. Of course he's thinking about that. Go ahead. Do it. This is only even an option because I want to call him on his bluff. That's all, really. It's not like I like him or anything. Oh, is that a challenge? He actually did it. Oh, Itching, you're pretty good. And I've kissed a lot of people, so I'd know. I'm already regretting this, but that was also the best kiss I've ever experienced. Now get ready, because tonight is gonna change your life. This is Itching for New Games coming to you live as I make an extremely poor decision. We step out onto the ice together. It doesn't look like it's about to give out from under us, but what do I know? Dux, of course, is taking the opportunity to hold me by the waist as we walk. There we go. Don't slip. But even if you do, I'll be there with my manly arms to catch you. Don't worry. Very reassuring. So the internet said it takes like 3 or 4 hours to swim across the lake. Well, we can probably cut that in half since we're walking. Then when we finally get to the other side, we'll just like find a motel somewhere and wing it. Why am I not turning around right now? Am I really that susceptible to the charms of a good-looking boy? But I keep on walking and the ice keeps on holding. You know, I've done this kind of thing with lots of people before, but you're different, I can tell. You're not like other girls. You're like a protagonist of an otome. It's that fire in your eyes. You'd never give up on me halfway through. I feel like there's something in play here that he's not quite telling me. 8 escape attempts in 4 years. Is this something he does regularly with a new person each time? Why do you want to leave so badly? Isn't it obvious? I'm a bad boy. I'm a nasty boy. No thanks. This is just what I do. When you're in jail, don't you want to break out? Because that's what this place is. A prison. Does he mean that in terms of security? It's actually pretty mild here. The middle school Victor and I attended had an entire wall around campus. You'd think Dux has never been to a private school before. Look, can we talk about this Can we talk about, like, literally anything other than school? It's a huge downer. Which I don't have to deal with anymore, because we are out of here. Just you and me, Itching, keeping each other warm by crack-a-crunch-a. Oh, what was that just? Then Dux's entire leg went through the ice. Oh my god, did that just really happen? Hold on, I need to deal with this. Okay, I'm back. I got him out. He's probably not dying or anything, but the leg was partially submerged for at least a minute or more. I don't think he's in any condition to keep going, but it'll be just as dangerous to go back. This could be bad. Itching, you done taking a break? Come on, let's go. There's no way he can go anywhere like this. He could get hypothermia or worse. That's a joke, right? Really funny. Do I look like someone who cares about hypothermia? Hypothermia is just like a prison, and I'm gonna break out. It was just my legs anyway. Chop them off when we get to the other side, whatever. It's not really helping his own case here. I'm not going back. You think I'm kidding? I'd rather lay down and die right here. I have to call for help. We've got no other option. God, I can't believe I'm in this situation. Me of all people. Listen, Itchin. Listen. Don't. Please don't. I'll do anything you want. I'll kiss you. I'll worship the ground you walk on. I'll be your boyfriend. Just don't make me go back. He's, groveling at my feet right now, absolutely terrified. Of me? Or at the idea of going back? Come on, Itching. We still have so far to go. Don't do this to me. You're not like the others, right? I said that, and I meant it. So put your phone away. Don't you get it? The school killed your dad. Why would they want to... He covers his mouth like he said something he wasn't supposed to. Which I think he just did. Never mind. Forget I said anything. No, wait, don't forget. You want to know more, right? About what I just said? I bet you do. If we keep going, I'll tell you. Is he holding the truth about my father's death over my head so he can cross a frozen lake and die? That's either very astute or very stupid of him. He could be lying, but I don't think he is. I don't think he has the mental capacity for that right now. Dux definitely knows something about what happened. But both of our lives are in very real danger right now. I should call for help. And yet there's got to be something more serious that he's really running from here. Something that makes Dux get to his knees and beg might be worse for him to return to than getting stranded out here. I don't know what to do. You decide, string puller as always. Stay. This has been a long time coming for me. Maybe I deserve to live with the consequences of seeing a bad decision through. Sorry, that didn't make much sense, did it? It's a long story. I'll explain later. You are an angel, Itching. I'll never forget this. I'd kiss you right now, but I'm deathly cold, I know. Dux tries to get up, but then immediately loses his balance. No, don't get the phone out. I'm okay. I really wonder about that. It's not too late for me to change my mind. Anyway, forget about me. I was going to tell you something, right? Don't you want to know? Think about that instead. Are you listening? Are you ready? This is going to change your life. It's a big deal. The truth is, well, it's bad, actually. Really bad. I really don't like to think about it, like, ever. But if that's what gets you to... Just get on with it already. Crispin and I killed your dad. Well, game's over. We got him. We got him, folks. Bring it in. Oh, that's not what I expected him to say. I can't believe I just said that. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. You do that somewhere else? I just hope it doesn't melt the ice. Okay, no, I'm good. Never mind. Wow, what a hot date. I'm gonna say it again, really loud, just to make sure you heard. We killed the headmaster! He's shouting it into the night sky. I'd be concerned someone might hear, but of course, we're stuck out in the middle of nowhere. I don't know how to react to any of this. This probably sounds crazy. You must think I'm, like, shitting you or something. I did a little, until he threw up. That part was quite convincing. But I swear to God I'm not lying. There's no evidence or anything, but it happened. And as long as we keep going, I'll tell you everything I can remember. Fine, then we keep going. It was just because I'm vice president. Apparently that means I should have input on whether a guy lives or dies. I've never put any effort into Stuco in my life. My parents bought my position. It's fake. All of them are. Does he think I don't know that? That day's all kind of a blur to me now, but your dad, like, wasn't doing whatever the school board wanted. I don't know what exactly. There was some problem, but we were supposed to figure out what to do. And Crispin was all stressed out because he can't make a decision by himself, ever. But you know what I said to him? I was joking. I swear to God I was joking. Please don't say what I think he's about to say next. I'm like, why don't we just kill him? Oh my God, he didn't. It was a joke. And Crispin said it was a good idea. Like, he even knew someone who could do it, like an assassin, which are apparently, like, a real thing. An assassin? Who? I don't know. You think I asked? There was no one I could go to for help or anything. Like, I see Crispin every day. He'd know. He always knows. But then once your dad died, it was like nothing had even happened. Whenever I brought it up, Crispin acted like he didn't know what I was talking about. Victor kept telling me not to rock the boat. Alice asked if I wanted to be sedated. Not to sound unsympathetic or anything, but Dux is really out of his depth here. This kind of thing happens all the time in our social circles. You fall in line or you're stuck with the consequences. And of course no one wants to talk about it after it happens. It's an unpleasant reminder of mortality. And the strangest thing about the whole situation is that it's usually not teenagers who make these decisions. They act like it never happened, but it did happen. I'm telling you right now, my brain could never come up with a nightmare like that on its own. And every single minute I have to spend in the room where I accidentally killed a guy is another minute I get closer to ripping my face off. I used to go to Victor whenever I got things like that, but things have been bad between us for a while, so that's not happening. I guess I lied to you about why I wanted to run away. I lie about a lot of stuff. Like me being this fun, slutty guy who's down for everything. Everyone believes that one, even you, I bet. And I am that guy, it's true, but it's also definitely a lie. Look, you can hate me for dragging you out here tonight, but leaving has been literally the only thing keeping me going for the past 2 months. And I don't care what happens to me out here. I'm not going back. You probably already hate me for what I did to your dad anyway. Whatever, me too. Join the club. Hey, say something. Don't just look at me like that. I really don't know what I could possibly say to him right now. I forgive you. He made a stupid mistake, but it's not his fault he got caught up in something he didn't understand. And no matter what he said that day, he's not the one who killed my father. Thanks, I guess. A huge shiver runs through his body, and I'm remembering that not even 10 minutes ago, half of him was underwater. If his goal is to make me forget that, he's succeeded. Hey, can we, stop for a sec? I'm fine, I swear, just give me a minute. He's curling in on himself while blowing on his hands and rubbing them together. He probably should have brought gloves. I'm just a little cold, no big deal. But you? What aren't you? It's February. But yeah, I'm doing great. I don't even care how much I just embarrassed myself in front of you. Yeah, a crickety cruncha. A crickety crickety cruncha. And away he goes. He knows exactly what that was, but I'll tell you too, string puller. A huge crack just appeared in the ice right below our feet, and I can see water starting to pool between the razor-thin gap. How much time do we have before it gets even bigger? If we go really slowly, we could crawl? I don't see how we could possibly do that. There's no way out of this. Oh shit. We're gonna die out here. We'll drown or freeze or whatever happens first. He's right. We won't ever make it to either side of the lake. Honestly, the only thing keeping me from breaking down completely right now is the fact that I'm still narrating to you, string puller. Do you think they'll find us? Like our bodies? Who knows? This is an enclosed man-made lake, so we'll probably be floating face down in the ice for quite a while. Yeah. But I actually sort of like the idea of just mysteriously disappearing together on Valentine's Day, never to be seen again, you know? It's kind of sexy. He looks very contemplatively up at the night sky. At least I'll die like I lived, wearing a crop top. Stand in silence for a long time. So you want to make out while we wait to die? I was about to refuse just on principle, but you know what? Yeah, I do want to make out. I'd rather freeze to death with a tongue down my throat than try to act like there's anything I can do about this situation. Yeah, we die on our own terms. It's about going out with a bang, you know? Because this is probably what's going to happen once the ice breaks. Everyone back at school will notice we're gone by tomorrow. Victor will be completely beside himself. Oh, he'll be devastated. They'll look over the tri-state area, thinking it's another of Duck's silly escape attempts. The search parties will increase once they figure out it's not. Last year, they sent a helicopter. I bet this time they'll send 2, one for each of us. But they'll never find us, because no one will think to look in the lake. Panic will slowly die down until one day there's a storm, and we finally get dragged to shore by the flooding. So, you think, around August? I was hoping for at least 6 months. That'll really give them something to freak out about. Our bodies will be hideous. Drowning victims always are. They'll ruin lives on sight. But I actually kind of like that idea. Maybe it's about time I got some screams instead of sympathy. Yeah, that's good. That's great. Let's die and mentally scar everyone. You might as well tune out what's about to happen, string puller. Or not. Have it your way. Come on, the ice isn't getting any thinner. Let's lie down. I want to just plunge straight into the water when it happens, like I'm falling asleep. I wonder how my mother will react when she hears the news. A sploosh. Ducks ending 1. So, presumably, that's not enough to get the true ending. But I ain't gonna stop me from trying. Just a moment, I'm gonna get some water. Pouring water ASMR. Okay. So let's give it a try. Yeah, I've seen it all. Oh, you've been busy then, haven't you? So what was it like? What did you learn? Who's my Oh, I don't know who the informant is. Most importantly, did you find out who killed my father? You must have. I can't stand to believe otherwise. But if at any point in this interrogation you suddenly realize you don't know something after all, just say stop and I can still go to the auction. Enough of that, though. Just give me a name. I need a name. Let's try filling in the blank. Who killed my father? In the most literal sense of the verb. Just in case this whole mystery is much more complicated than I thought. The person who physically pulled the trigger. Okay. Yeah, that I don't know. What? Crispin? You're saying Crispin killed my father? Are you sure? Like, completely sure? I honestly cannot imagine that. Sure, he's a weird guy. He's probably keeping like 50 secrets at any given time. But to have actually killed someone? Where's your proof? Don't pretend to know things. I can't trust you if you just randomly naming subjects. Let's try that again. I mean, I'm correct. But yeah, I don't have enough. Stop. Oh, what? You don't know? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go back to the auction so you can find out. I don't know about that question. What about that question tripped you up? But I do know the answer must be somewhere out there tonight. Let's do our best to find it in the time we have. So yeah, there's more information. Just knowing who did it's not good enough. Alright, it's skipping time. Let's just start going through them in order. Alright, Victor. Okay, fine. It has to be done at some point. I accept that. I just don't like it. I really don't know how much I should bid, though. How desirable could Victor be to the student body? Mrs. Jumorali starts the bidding off with $200. I guess he's worth $200. Who does this Miss Jumorali think she is? Whoa, you look mad. You must really want to date Victor, huh? I really don't, but I also hate the idea of losing to someone who doesn't even know him. This for New Games has now bid $350. Mira will probably get you back. I think her and Victor are, you know, $500 back from Mr. Jumorali. Miss Jumorali. I don't even want to hear the end of Gia's sentence. I'm done playing around. And now Miss for New Games has provided us a rather dramatic raise at $1,000. What? $1,000? I bet you're thinking, wow, Itching must really like Victor to be willing to spend so much on him. Aren't you, string puller? Well, I don't. I just want to win. This date is now sold to Miss for New Games. You may collect your winnings in the hall outside. Victor looks absolutely ecstatic. He probably thinks I did this because I actually want to date him, poor guy. There's no one out here except he who I came to see. Victor, unfortunately. Itching, this is wonderful. I'm so excited for our date. Let's just get this over with and come up with some way to shoehorn Runaway into the conversation. Though I'd really prefer to not bring up the subject of runaways with Victor of all people. It'll be like old times, just us two runaways. Excuse me. Did he say what I think he just said? Let's talk outside. There's absolutely no way this is real. This is Victor we're talking about. He could never catch me off guard like this. Itching, you look so surprised. You knew it was me, right? The person texting you? I can prove it. He takes a spare phone out with all our texts from yesterday right there, plain as day. My God, it really was him. Please tell me this doesn't come as a complete shock. I've always been on your side. I'm your oldest friend. It's me, Victor. I didn't say who I was just in case, but wasn't it obvious that it could have only been me? Those other guys don't even know you. If I answer honestly, he'll probably cry. I'll tell you everything I know if that's what you want me to do, Itching. I'm sorry you had to go through that bidding war with Mira back there, but this date is the only chance we'll have to safely talk alone. That might be true, but I still want my $1,000 back. That's why I picked this Ferris wheel. When we're up there, no one will be able to hear us say anything. I sincerely hope this information is mind-blowing enough to be worth spending time with Victor. Are you wondering why the school has a Ferris wheel near campus? Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Like Ducks does, blah, blah, blah. So here we are, just the two of us, stuck in an enclosed Ferris wheel car, suspended several stories high in the air. Yay. So, nice weather tonight, right? Wow, are we really doing this? It's only February, but you can get by with just a sweater. Which is why the ice cracked under your feet in the last timeline and you died horribly. Anyway. But I also heard a cold front is coming in around midnight, so we should try to be inside by then. Sounds chilly. Yeah, it sure does. Yeah. Can I ask you something, Itching? The reason you transferred here was to find out what happened to your dad, right? Am I really that transparent? It's just there's no other reason you would be here right now. I've known you for over half my life now, Itching. Well, it's like you said when we were in middle school. I wouldn't go there even if you put a gun to my head. He remembers that? Verbatim? God, I was such an edgy little 14-year-old. I'm sorry you had to hear that, string puller. No, my chuny passed. My left eye, no. And I know there isn't a soul in the world who can tell you what to do, Itching. So I accepted a long time ago that we'd never attend high school together. But then you suddenly show up here, at a place you've always hated, right before we graduate. Barely 2 months since your dad passed away, so it wasn't very hard to figure out what was going on. Leave it to Victor to place everything I do under a magnifying glass, as usual. So I just want to know, why? Why what? Why would you do all that for him? You never liked your dad. I know you didn't. So why suddenly try to avenge him or whatever it is you're here to do? You didn't even attend his funeral. That's me, I didn't. And it's none of his goddamn business, why not? All he ever did was criticize or compare you to Marcy. The yelling, the lectures, just being around him was tense, even as a bystander. But he's gone now, and you're free from all that. Yet you come here all the way to ask questions about his death? What are you gonna do once you get the answers to those questions? I don't know. I see. Thanks for being honest with me. But I know that regardless how I feel about it, you'll just force everything out of me anyway. So I have 2 things to tell you. One, that your dad's death wasn't an accident, it was premeditated murder. And 2, that the student council is responsible. I knew all that already. Not me, though. Don't worry, you can trust me. I don't understand. Is this a joke? I'm sorry you had to find out like this, but no one else is ever going to tell you. Not Ellis, not Dux, and especially not Crispin. I think you'll find that Dux will tell me if he's about to die. What's he even talking about? Why on earth would a group of high school seniors kill my father? I don't know, honestly. But on December 12th of last year, Crispin and Dux had a private meeting. Just the 2 of them. They didn't say what it was about. You know what? I am going to open up a notepad. Dux suggests Moida. Crispin goes, yeah, alright. Crispin hires Hitman. Conversation on December 12th. Dux feels guilty. Crispin does not. Openly. Victor knows. Don't know if the others do. Dux was acting strange, but he didn't say anything to me afterwards, so I thought it was nothing. Yeah, he did. And you told him not to rock the boat. Crispin and Ellis left the council room together, and then I didn't see either of them until the next day. I guess he didn't bring it up until after the death. Neither of them mentioned where they'd been, and I didn't ask because it was none of my business, especially not whatever those guys do in their spare time. But maybe I should have asked because your dad was dead just hours later. That couldn't have been a coincidence. Victor knows, but not how. I don't know what to say. All of this is a possibility, certainly, but it doesn't prove anything. I can't give you any motive or proof, Hitching, because I'm the only one who wasn't involved. But you can believe that I'm being honest with you, and I'm the only one of them who ever will be. What? That's it? That's all he's gonna say? Am I really supposed to believe on Victor's hunch that my father was murdered by 3 teenage boys? And that somehow, despite that, he's the only one of them who's completely innocent? Itching, I just want you to know that I'd do anything to help you. Anything at all. You're the only person I really care about out here, so whatever I can do. Why does he keep doing this? He never used to fall all over himself like this to please me. The Victor I know has never been what I'd call a nice person, and I liked him that way. But I guess 4 years are a longer amount of time than I thought. I told you all this because you wanted to know, Itching, but you shouldn't investigate any further. Okay? It's dangerous. There's some really awful stuff going on here at 4 New Games Academy behind closed doors. You might think you know what it is, but you really don't. I was the headmaster's daughter. I know a lot more than you might think. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, Itching. You know that, right? It feels like I'm in a dream. Like if I blink even once, you could disappear forever. I'd hoped for so long that someday we might be together again. All I've wanted over the past few years is to have you back in my life. That's why I did this all for you, Itching, and I'll do whatever it takes to get back on your good side, so things can be like they were again. What a liar. I know he's hiding something from me. He must be. Because even if the story is true and the rest of the council did somehow kill my father, you don't just do nothing about a murder and still get to call yourself the only good guy. Itching, you're being really quiet. Is everything okay? This is what you wanted, right? Listen, if it wasn't, just tell me what you want me to do, and I'll happily do it. Anything. I'm about to suggest something to you that may seem very out of character for me, String Puller. Victor isn't telling me the whole truth. You know this as well as I do. But just look at him right now. He's practically begging for my approval, and there's nothing he won't do to get it. And Victor's been in love with me since we were children. He's never said so, but we've always both known that. So I think if I give him the kind of affection he's always wanted from me, maybe I'll get the answers I want. But honestly, it's not right to play with someone's emotions like that. And I would actually love to tell Victor what I really think of him. Maybe getting him to snap out of it would be even more effective. Who knows? The decision is yours, String Puller. Mwah! Okay, let's just get this over with. Hey! Wow, his mouth is actually really soft. That was starting to get awkward, but now we're finally broken the kiss. Thank God. Itching, He stares at me now with his eyes all glazed over. I can see the fog curl out from his mouth when he breathes. Wow, that was something, right? Kissing you at the top of a Ferris wheel on Valentine's Day this is really happening? Am I dreaming? I actually feel kind of lightheaded right now. Now, don't pass out here. I need him to call the ride operator so we can get down. Too late. I guess kissing is a bit too stimulating an activity for Victor. He's just slumped over the side of the carriage like he's asleep. It'd almost be cute if the situation wasn't so awkward. Now the question is, how am I going to get down from here? Hold on for a sec. Okay, so I had to yell really loudly, but I got the operator's attention, and now we're back on solid ground again. Victor woke up by the time we got down, but he's still a bit wobbly, so we're sitting on a bench now. Wow, Itching, I'm so embarrassed. I'm really sorry that happened. I don't usually faint when I kiss people, just so you know. What? Them places kiss people other than me. I don't think I care. So, can we talk about what just happened? Right, I guess we're gonna have to come up with a reason for why I did that. The simplest one available being this. I'm in love with him. You'll believe that. It's what he always wanted to hear. I think I might faint again. No! Can't you keep it together for just 1 second? Let me just... He puts his head between his legs. Wow, Victor sure got away with women. Sorry about this. Sure, just go ahead and take up all my time. He's always been like this, honestly. He'll faint at the sight of blood or if you tell him a gross enough story, and now when he's been kissed, apparently. Okay, I think I'm good now. Why don't we go take a walk down the promenade? I'm sure you don't want to just sit here. Alright, this is our chance. During our walk, we'll get out all the answers we need from him. That's if he doesn't faint again first. He could be looking at literally anything else around us, but Victor doesn't take his eyes off of me. It's a little unsettling. You know, I always have to wonder what exactly he sees in me. I've gone through every bit of awkward puberty in front of him, yet he still looks at me like that. Either way, we're just walking down this cold, empty street now, holding hands. He's left-handed and I'm right-handed, so it's always worked out pretty well. So, does he want me to say something romantic? It's a beautiful night tonight. Isn't it? I don't know. I don't think there's anywhere I'd rather be other than here. Just existing right next to you. We're at a tiny outdoor arcade plaza now, which Victor is eyeing a bit dangerously. Look, they have a crane game. I'll win you something, Itching. What do you want? There are only cheap stuffed animals in there, nothing I'd want, but if it'll make him feel good about himself. I want to know why my father was killed. That's a joke, right? I just told you I don't know. You'd have to ask the other members of the student council why they decide to commit a murder. But good luck getting any of them to talk. You know what? I'm gonna win you that Valentine's chameleon in honor of today's date. He puts 2 quarters in the machine and just misses it completely. Oops, let's give it another try. He tries again, and again, and again. Okay, finally, after I don't know how many dollars and change, he got it. For you, Lady Itching, if you'll accept this token, give me a break. I may be a girl, but no one in touch with reality would ever call me a lady. My hero. Oh, it was nothing. It didn't look like nothing. I swear he spent at least $10 getting that thing. But I'll accept the chameleon since he did spend all that time winning it for me, I guess. Hey, Itching. Can you tell me again that you love me? Sorry, I just like hearing it from you. I suppose I can indulge him as long as I'm still keeping up the act. I can see him shiver a little as I say it, and I don't think it's because of the cold. Oh, that sounds so nice. I could tell how I feel about you too if you want, Itching. No, I think I'm good. I don't really get up on external validation. We've reached the end of the promenade now. Well, here we are. What do you want to do now, Itching? I want him to tell me the truth, but I can't just say that. I've got to do something to get even further under his skin so that he won't even think about lying to me. Something more dramatic than just a kiss. Kiss him a lot! Tell me the truth or I tear Victor Jr. apart. What? No, why would you do that? Wait, is Victor Jr. the chameleon? You named him after me? That's so... But you're kidding, right? You really wouldn't, really? Would you? And what do you mean by the truth, anyway? Well, here goes nothing. I've already blown my cover. I may as well admit what I've been up to. So, you were just lying to me this entire time. That's why you kissed me. And when you told me that you loved me, that was a lie too, right? All this just because you wanted more information? Well, he doesn't have to put it like that. He lied first. I'm not the bad guy here. Well, that's fine with me. What? You can lie to me all you want, Itching. As many times as you need. Because you're right. I didn't tell you the whole truth. I was only trying to protect you, but if you really don't want that... I knew it! So let's compromise, okay? If you keep up with the lie, just for tonight, I'll add on what I left out. You don't have to kiss me again, or touch me, or do anything that you don't want to. Just pretend you don't hate me until we go back to our rooms. That's, Victor has quite a few issues he needs to work out. Are you alright with that, Itching? Do I have a choice? Go on, then. Impress me, lover boy. You sound kind of like ducks when you say that. Could you maybe say it again, just one more time? That's an interesting reaction, but okay. I'll say it all night if that's what he wants to hear. A lover boy, lover boy, lover boy. We moved back towards the pier, holding hands again. Victor said I didn't have to touch him, but I figured he'd like it anyway. His hands are still so soft after all these years. Honestly, it's not like I lied to you. More that I didn't explain as much as I could have. It's true that the student council is responsible for your father's death, and it's also true that no one let me in on the plan. I seriously don't know how any of it happened. But if I had been aware, I promise I would have told you. But everyone on student council knows how important you are to me, so that's probably why I wasn't involved. But this conspiracy to hurt your father didn't just come out of nowhere. Your dad was having these long, drawn-out arguments with the school board, asking about some kind of remedial student program or something. Dad wanted remedial student program. I never really paid attention. Everyone on the board, all the 4 New Games Academy's biggest donors were in favor of the thing, whatever it was. And when everyone's in favor of something in our kind of circles, you probably know it's never a good idea to be the sole opposition. You know what I mean? Someone decided they had to get rid of him. Wait. Oh, he didn't want it. I don't know what he was trying to do by challenging them, Itching. I really don't. I don't either. Why would he do something like that? Even though it might sound like my father was in a position of power, he was always just one major schism away from losing it all. It's always been like that. The minute people decide they've had enough of you, that's it. You're gone without a trace. Did he just wake up one day to find himself on the other side of that rift? Everything else I told you is true. Dux and Crispin really did have that private meeting, but I did omit the fact that they only had it on Eveco's behalf. There they are again. The company that should have gone under 10 years ago. How's that possible? And if it is, why would they even do something like that to my father of all people? I don't know anything beyond what I just said. Crispin would, obviously, if you asked him, but he'd never say. The Everett Family Trust is For New Games' biggest donor, so once your dad did something they didn't like, the student council had to make him pay, I guess. Using them to carry it all out makes sense. We were in contact with your dad practically every day. It's easy to guess what might have happened. But every step after that towards actually knowing just opens up a bigger and bigger can of worms until, well, I don't know what. We end up like your dad, I guess. So that's why I didn't want to tell you. It's useless. There's nothing else we can do. I thought that knowing would just upset you. Isn't it easier to blame 3 people you barely know, rather than a corrupt system of social circles founded upon intimidation and wealth? It's true. If this really was caused by forces greater than the 2 of us, acting alone is impossible. But what did I even want to do with this information in the first place? Oh, you tell me. If I didn't have any further plans, I don't even know if I want revenge. I'd hoped that once I found out, I'd know what to do about it, but that hasn't exactly happened. Itching, since we're still pretending, could you say my name one last time, like none of this ever happened? Victor, 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 Victor. It's spilling out of my mouth like vomit. My eyes are so full of tears right now I can't even see his face. Itching, I love you so much. I wish there was something I could do to make things better. He's gripping my hand so tightly, like he's afraid I might disappear if he lets go. I rest my head on his shoulder, just like when I used to when we were kids. I love you too, Victor. Isn't that what he wants to hear? It's kind of funny. Normally I can't stand it whenever someone says that to me. They really think they mean it. The very idea makes me want to throw up. But when you say you love me, even though I know you're lying, it makes me so happy I could die. You know, deep down, I think I always knew you'd come back to For New Games Academy. I've been waiting for you ever since you left. It's just like when we were kids. I'd sit alone in that big empty house waiting for you to invite me over so I could finally be seen by the only other person in the world. But I never gave up on you, and I never gave my heart to anyone else. I couldn't, even if I tried. I'd waited, and I'd wait another 1,000 years if I had to, Itching. That's how much I love you. Now that's how much you're obsessed with her. As that is not healthy. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. I don't think I'll ever figure out how to tell him I literally never asked him to do any of that. He'll just keep doing it anyway. There's no point in saying anything at all. Someone's phone buzzing breaks our awful silence. Is that Victor's? Mine always has the ringer on. I thought I turned it on to Do Not Disturb. I'm so sorry, Itching. Let me just silence that. See, my mom's been threatening to disinherit me if I didn't date my potential fiancé tonight. But I'm busy with you right now, so I muted her. Or at least I thought I did. She does this a lot, but it might be actually serious this time if I don't get in touch with Mira soon. Victor needs some counseling. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say everyone in this story needs counseling. Victor might need a different kind of counseling, but they all need counseling. But don't worry, I wouldn't miss this for the world. I'm ready to sit here with you all night if that's what you want. And maybe prison for Crispin, but you know. He's really willing to go and ruin his life just for the sake of me in this one moment, isn't he? I kiss him again, just to make sure he doesn't say anything more about it. Oh, Itching. Sorry, but I think I'm feeling faint again. Lie to me. Okay, let's continue on. Show, road, etc. Don't bid. Bid. Alright, it's as good a guess as any, I suppose. Let's get to it. This was this Ellis? I think this was Ellis. Miss For New Games has begun with a bid of $100, yet Miss Nakamura has raised her $250. Oh, Itching, you're bidding? $350 from Miss For New Games. I most certainly am. And Mr. Green now enters with $500. Itching, if you really want to win, you need to go higher than that. He's way too pretty to go for anything below, like, $900. Well, since I've come this far already... Ah, $950 from Miss For New Games. The auditorium falls silent. Looks like that did the trick. One date with Mr. Ryandan sold to Miss For New Games. You may collect your winnings from the main hall outside. Ellis smiles shyly at me from the stage like I didn't just spend $950 on him. What a guy. There's no one out here except he who I came to see. Ellis, shy and demure. Hello, Itching. Are you ready to go? Hold on, we need to feed him Runaway first. I want to know right away whether he's in my informant, as if. Let's run away to the aquarium. You want to run there? I can tell already that he has no idea what I'm talking about. It's cool. You don't need to say run. Can I communicate to her that she doesn't need to say run away anymore? We know who the informant is. Wait, so should I start running or not? I can work with this. Ellis is a total airhead, so I can definitely get away with asking him some pointed personal questions. And even if he doesn't know anything useful, the date might still be fun anyway. All signs so far point to Ellis being a harmless sweetheart. Oh, by the way, in case you're wondering why the school has a blah 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 blah. So here we are at the aquarium itching. Isn't it beautiful? It really is, but I think I'd like it better if we weren't completely alone. No one else but us seems to be here at all. I feel like this building was never meant to be experienced by only 2 people. Did you have a favorite kind of fish you'd like to see first? Is that a thing most people have? A favorite fish? It's the mola mola, by the way. Yo, you got that mola mola? If you don't, then I'd love to see the jellyfish. That's fine. Jellyfish are nice, I guess. I don't really have much of an opinion on them, or fish in general. So one time, I went out to an island on the Chesapeake as a school thing, which we were very fortunate to get a chance to do. And there's a big problem with jellyfish swarms around there. Sometimes the water would turn pink, and that's terrifying. Like, you know the scene from Finding Nemo? Imagine that at shore. Like, there was a little dock, just big enough for like a 2-man boat, right? And where the boat should be, there were just jellyfish. We went out crabbing, and we incidentally caught a jellyfish. And one of our guides suggested to one of the kids, we were middle school, one of the kids to pick it up by the crown? By the blob, and toss it overboard. And they did. And in another case, we caught a jellyfish, and for some reason they decided to put it in a small aquarium with other fish. Yeah, it killed all the other fish. Oh, we got them good. That's my experience with jellyfish. Jellyfishing, jellyfishing, jellyfishing. It's so completely silent right now. The only thing I can hear is the sound of Ellis's boots clacking against the floor. The only thing I can hear is the sound of Ellis's boots clacking against each other. This is very awkward. I really don't know what to talk about with him. Your necklace is cute. You can see it, right? That little jellyfish around his neck? He was obviously theming his look for tonight, which I appreciate. Oh, thanks. I wear it all the time, actually, but it's hidden under my shirt. With my scar. You know, the scar I have that you saw. We're at this huge stretch of wall now that from top to bottom is just one giant blue tank. Amongst all the blue are hundreds of jellyfish float like pale specters in the twilight. It's beautiful, isn't it? I didn't think this would be anything special, but I have to agree. It's a gorgeous sight. I think the jellyfish might be bothered to be so packed in together, but they look so peaceful. Maybe this is just natural for them. The jellyfish don't really think. Jellyfish, like, just kind of be. I feel bad for them. Because of how crowded they are? You shouldn't. It's natural for jellyfish to travel in herds. Oh, yeah, so you know. Yeah, well, don't worry. They get pretty packed. Anyway, most jellyfish only live for a few days, so even if they're unhappy, their suffering won't last very long. Now that I didn't know. I thought they were, like, ageless. Like, they just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger until something kills them. He stares up. You know what? Wikipedia. Jellyfish lifespan. I'm calling your bluff. On average, jellyfish will live anywhere from 1 to 3 years. However, certain species will only live a few days, while others are able to live for a few decades. So they live for... who knows? Quick crash course on jellyfish. The immortal jellyfish, or the Turritopsis dohrnii. Ugh, they can go from adult jellyfish to a polyp and restart their life cycle. That's enough jellyfish facts. No, we need more jellyfish facts. It begins with an egg, then a larva, then a polyp, then an ephirae, then a medusa. How to extend the life of your pet jellyfish. Jellyfish should be fed twice a day to keep them healthy. They can eat a variety of dry, frozen, and live meals. Baby brine shrimp are a popular meal for jellyfish. They also enjoy live rotifers as a snack. You might also buy commercial jellyfish food to feed them. These can be purchased at your local pet store, I'm sure. He stares up at the infinity of silver jellyfish above us, a shy smile across his face. Depends on the species and situation. Yeah. And I'm looking right up there with him, trying to get a tiny glimpse of what amazing things he might be seeing in the herd. I can't... Another thing. What is a group of jellyfish called? A bloom, or a smack, or a fluther. I like a smack of jellyfish. I don't blame him for not knowing the collective nomenclature. Look, we know herd and we know murder. That's all you need to know. Are jellyfish a herd or a murder? Really, I think they're the latter. Itching, would you go take an even closer look at the fish? How is that possible without going for a swim? We're already pressed right up against the glass. I know how we can get a view from above. He just pulled out a key ring from I don't know where. His boot, maybe? His hands move so fast. The aquarium man... What's that line from Doctor Who? That's a laser weapon, but you have no pockets on you. Where did that come from? Ladies, you really don't want to know. The aquarium management lent this to me. It's a skeleton key to every door in the building. He just asked and they gave it to him? Yes, they did. I honestly, truly doubt it was that simple, but okay. It's so beautiful closer up. I really think you'll love it. I'm still a bit skeptical about how he got that key, but I wouldn't mind getting a better view of the jellyfish either. But I've got to try and get back on task soon. I need to start asking questions or the night will be over before I know it. We make our way through several long dark hallways that just scream, "You shouldn't be here!" Even we allegedly have the blessing of the aquarium staff. Ellis seems to know exactly where he's going though, even after turning about 50 corners in a row. But now everything suddenly makes perfect sense. We're on a small platform hanging right above the open top of the enormous jellyfish tank. And then he pushes me in! Bzz, bzz, bzz. They look like little pulsing lights from up here, floating in the darkness, like watching a herd of lanterns let go from above. It really makes the difference, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. I've always wanted to share the site with someone. I'm glad it could be you, Itching. I know he's just being nice because I paid to go on a date with him, but he seems so sincere I almost believe it. We just stand in silence, watching the jellyfish below us swivel around in patterns I'm sure they don't even understand. Itching, I just wanted to tell you that if you're ever lonely or sad, I'm here for you. Like, if you're feeling grief about your father because we killed him, you can share that with me. I'd love to hear it. If that wasn't a sign to ask him something, then I don't know what is. Stacy. Yeah, do you know about Stacy? Maybe? Could you be more specific? This is tricky since I actually don't know anything about her. I'll just say Crispin might know her. Okay, that's who I thought you might be talking about, but you shouldn't call her Stacy. No one but Crispin is allowed to call her that. I did it once, and he's showing me what looks like a cigarette burn on the back of his hand. Oh my god. You should call her Anastasia instead. That's what Stacy's short for. It's how she prefers to do business. Where'd you hear that name anyway? I'll just say Crispin told me. That's technically true. I don't think he'd do that. I'd never even think of introducing her to you as Stacy. The only reason I thought to call her that was because I heard him say it. And if you heard it too, that means you've been eavesdropping, haven't you? Oh god, this is bad. Nothing is working. He sees right through me no matter what I say. This was a bad time to discover that Ellis is smarter than he looks. Oh no, this isn't good. I don't know what to do. I don't know why he looks so worried. I'm the one in trouble here. If you know all that, then what else could you know? I really wish you hadn't said anything. This was all going so well, too. But I can't let you keep doing this, Itching. What is he? Oh, shit! He actually did it! Holy fuck! Down my nose, into my mouth. Wait, am I in the jellyfish tank? The only thing I could see is Alice's face floating above me in the darkness. Oh, Itching. Help me out of here! I'm really sorry, but I can't. Do you not know how to swim, Itching? Obviously no, I can't. I refused to take lessons when I was 10. What does he care? You should lay on your back and float then. You'll run out of energy quickly if you just keep struggling. Maybe I was a little too hasty in pushing you in since you didn't actually ask anything incriminating, did you? I don't want to do this to you. I really don't. Please believe me. But if you keep asking questions, I won't be able to let you out at all. So I want you to make a choice. If you promise to forget what you just asked, then I can let you out. None of this will have ever happened. That sounds nice, doesn't it? I don't understand. Why am I even in here? How is whatever he's hiding so bad he had to push me into a jellyfish tank? And if I don't agree to forget it, will he just leave me here to die? Etching, please say something. I know you can hear me. Just tell me you'll stop, and we can go back to the way things were. I hate to say it, but this is a rather perfect time for you to do your thing, String Puller. I want you to go ahead and choose both options to see what you learn. Okie doke. I'm not even the real Itching, who's going to solve this mystery anyway. Please don't let my fate influence your decision, even if I'm so incredibly terrified for my life right now. I want the truth. It's alright. Don't feel bad for choosing that. As long as I know that it's for a greater purpose, I can face the fate of drowning with my head held high. Or so I'd like to tell myself. Really? Are you sure? Just so you understand, Itching, me telling you everything means that you can't be allowed to live. You know that, right? It's your choice, but I just really wish you wouldn't take it. Can you just get on with it already? I'm kind of on a time limit here. Alright, fine. Where to start? I don't know how much you know already. I'll say this first. Your father's death wasn't an accident. I know that because I'm the one who killed him. Alright, everyone killed him. There are a million things I could say to him right now, but the water keeps rolling over my face and getting into my mouth. This is what I came here for. This is all I ever wanted to know. And now I'm not even going to get to live very long to do anything about it. I know that sounds really bad. Maybe I shouldn't have phrased it like that. I never know how to talk about these things with outsiders. You might think I'm lying, but my family, the Ryandans, are a long line of assassins. That's what we do. It's what I do too. At this point, I'm completely willing to believe that. The CEO of Eveco was the one who hired me. It's really not that unusual for entire companies or families to do that. What? Why would the Everetts... Oh, of course that's impossible. The CEO couldn't possibly be one of the Everetts. They're all dead. She never disclosed the reason why, though. Clients don't usually share that kind of information. It's very personal. I didn't have any problems with the headmaster, but I signed a contract, so I had to do it. Do you know how your father would take painkillers for his migraines? With his tea, anyway. I always carry this one type of poison with me. Even right now, my necklace opens up, and then it's a vial. The substance is odorless, tasteless, colorless. It even has a delayed reaction. All I had to do was pour it in his tea when he wasn't looking, and he'd be found dead after I already left. I heard that when it happened when he was with another student entirely. I can only imagine what that must have felt like. I think I'm going to be sick. I can't take any more of this. Should I stop? I thought this is what you wanted to hear. None of this is disturbing for me to talk about, but it must be for you. Sorry if I upset you. I've been doing this sort of thing since I was a kid, so I really don't know how a normal person is supposed to react to death. And things like guilt or regret, those aren't feelings that someone like me is supposed to have. But you know, Itching, even though I really never knew your father that well, every time I see you, I feel like I'm looking him right in the face. Not that you look like him or anything. That's not what I mean. I guess you do a little. I just wish there was another world where we aren't who we are, where you're still standing up here with me. Another world where I never pushed you into that tank. My legs are numb. My legs are so numb. There must be hundreds and hundreds of jellyfish wrapped around them by now. But he's still talking, looking me straight in the eyes for as long as I have them open. Floating like this is almost kind of meditative, you know? If I have to die this way, it's not so bad. Itching, are you still listening? Can you hear me? I really hope so. I don't know how much longer you have. I never drowned anyone before, but since there's jellyfish involved and you can't swim, it might not take long for you to lose consciousness. My sister, she said that at the beach once, it took her target like 15 minutes from start to finish to go under for the last time. But this isn't the beach, so maybe you'll live longer? No matter how long it takes, though. I'll stay with you until the end, even if I have to stand here all night. I'll throw something that'll sink to the bottom of the tank, so that when the staff come in tomorrow, they'll know to check the room right away. I won't let your body wait around to be found, okay? You're special to me. And when they find you, Itching, you'll become a legend, a ghost story. The girls found mysteriously drowned in the jellyfish tank on Valentine's Day. They'll be wondering what happened between us tonight for years. But I'll be the only one out there who really knows. I'll make sure they'll remember you. Everyone will. They'll name you something after you. More than just the academy, I mean. We'll do everything in your honor. You'll haunt the halls of the aquarium every night for eternity. And then when you're bored with that, you'll come on my house whenever you want. You don't know how lucky you are, Itching. Most people never even get the chance to be remembered in death. But, if you don't want me to attend your funeral, you should let me know. Thank you for choosing me tonight, Itching. It made me so happy to see you out there in the audience, and even happier to be able to come here with you. I had a really great time right up until, you know, this. You chose information over life, so I'll tell you anything you want to know, Itching. Anything in the world. Whatever I can do to make your last moments more comfortable. I'd even jump in there with you and let you die in my arms if it made you feel better, but neither of us would be able to get out. But, what am I doing still talking here? If you can still speak, Itching, say something. Tell me how you really feel about me or your father or anything else in the world. Hey, Itching, you still there? Itching? Blah, 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 blah. Jellyfishing, 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 jellyfishing. Ghost story. Alright, let's get out of the tank. I'll keep quiet. I can't say I'm not relieved that this version of me doesn't have to die. Oh, I'm so glad that you get to live, Itching. Me too. Who would have thought? I reach my arms out of the water, and he reaches for it, but of course we're still several feet apart. I don't know what I expected. Oh, I don't think this is gonna work. I really should have thought things through before pushing you in. That was kind of a knee-jerk reaction, honestly. I'll go make a phone call. Just wait a little longer, okay? I'll try to make room for waiting in my tight schedule of floating among all my jellyfish friends. I can hear his voice still, but he's not saying any words I understand. Maybe my ears are just full of water, but I don't think he's speaking English. Though I definitely just heard him say aquarium. Maybe he doesn't know the equivalent word for that. He sounds kind of apologetic, which I sure hope he would after what he's done. I know he's hung up after about 5 failed attempts to say goodbye where the conversation just kept going. Sorry about that. I have to make another phone call in a second, but I have to check on you. What language is that? I think I've earned the right to ask him about inconsequential personal details. Oh, just the one I speak at home sometimes. My grandmother prefers it to English. I'm so silly. She was telling me I should have just called the school to come get you, not her. I didn't think of that at all. Anyway, can you just stay alive a little longer while I call security, okay? Can you do that? It's not like I can do much else. I can hear the distant voice of someone who isn't Ellis now. Maybe an aquarium employee. I don't know. Their eyes widen in shock as they see me floating in the tank, but they don't say anything, and neither does Ellis. Maybe they're worried they'll join me down here if they do. I can barely hold on to the ring they toss me because my fingers are too numb. But soon they leave, and then I'm alone again with the boy who just tried to kill me without a second thought. He doesn't act like it at all. Instead, he's carried me to a bench, wrapped me in a warm blanket around my shoulders, and made me a cup of hot chocolate from the break room. Maybe he's hoping that if he's nice enough to me, I'll forget what else he's done. But I think we both know that's not going to happen. Don't strain yourself, Itching. You'll feel better soon. Or, I think so anyway. I don't know how long jellyfish stings last. I'm so sorry everything had to turn out this way. I really wanted you to have a good time tonight. I can't believe I spent $950 to get pushed into a jellyfish tank. I wish I could tell you everything. I really do, but then I'd have to drown you again. I'm under contract, you know. Did he sign some sort of non-disclosure agreement regarding my father's death? Why, and for whom? I really do feel awful about this, if it helps. You can ask me anything else that's not confidential. That's not exactly addressing the root of the problem here. What's your favorite color? Do you like mac and cheese? But I might as well take full advantage of the offer. Can't get much lower than I am already. What'd you tell your grandma? Does she know he tried to drown a girl tonight? Just what happened. I made a mistake and needed help. She was a little disappointed that I didn't finish the off right away. So it's unprofessional to leave someone alive with potentially no sensitive information. Actually, I'm not sure if I'm even allowed to tell you that. Let me check if I have to drown you again. He gets out a small, cute notebook, although I'm not sure where he was carrying it. Does he just have all this confidential information written in down there? Because if he does, are you thinking I'm thinking, String Polar? I need to see inside that book, even if it means I have to rip it out of his homicidal little hands. Murder! 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 Let's go murder! Look, I know you chose to save me in this route, but where does that get us? There's no point in any of this unless I actually learn something from it. Here it is! Alright, it looks like I can talk about... We'll need a distraction. Hold his hand. This is a strictly strategic move. I just wanted to clarify that. Ellis officially gave up the chance at being a potential love interest when he tried to drown me. Oh, are you cold, Itching? I guess you would be, wouldn't you? He inches closer and puts his other arm around me. I hate to admit it, but he's really warm, and this actually feels so good right now. The book is just lying there unguarded in his lap now, but... sorry, I haven't done this sort of thing at all before, so let me know if you're uncomfortable. His hands are very surprisingly rough. Without even meaning to, I run my thumb across the burn scar on the back of his palm. God, what a pointlessly cruel thing to do to someone, even an attempted murderer. Oh, no wonder you're cold, Itching. You haven't even touched your hot cocoa. It's still warm. Here, let me get it for you. This hand leaves mine just for a second, even though I'm extremely cold right now. There! I've got the book. My legs are still a little wobbly, but they need to work for me now. I don't know what might happen if I falter. I have no idea where I'm going, and all I know is that I need to get away from Ellis and read this as fast as I can. Itching, come back. You can't read that. It's private. You promised me you'd stop asking questions. And you promised me you'd be there for me, but then you pushed me into a jellyfish tank. I'm running out of breath. I don't think I can go any further. I'm back at the jellyfish tank, now a place I really want to be, but I'm running out of time and energy. A Spalooza. There are so many entries in this thing, I don't know what's important, so I'll just read the most recent ones. I can practically hear his voice echoing in my head as I read. Dear Diary, today I met Headmaster for New Game's daughter, Itching. This is his diary? No wonder he didn't want me to read it. I've never met anyone related to one of my targets before. It's a very strange feeling. Target? What? I don't know why, but I can't stop thinking about her. I was just nice to her like I'd be nice to anyone I'm lying to, but I really do want to get to know her better. I wonder why she's here. Maybe she knows what we did. Dear Diary, Itching and us are study hall together. I'm so happy. But something about her being there also makes me nervous. You know how when you're up in a high place, you worry that some part of you secretly wants to jump off and die? Every time I open my mouth, I'm worried I might confess everything just to see how she'll react. I wonder if she'd cry. Dear Diary, this morning Crispin reminded me that Itching can't go here anymore if she finds out what happened. He was so serious, it almost sounded like a threat. He must get it from Staten Anastasia. She could be very scary sometimes, most of the time actually. So I hope I can just keep lying to Itching forever. I love having her around. It'd be such a shame if I had to kill her too. This answers a few questions, but manages to raise a whole lot more at the same time. I mean, the Everetts? How could they? Why can't you just leave things alone? Shit, that one's the real Ellis. You don't understand, Itching. This is so hard. I don't want to have to do any of this to you, but what other options do I have? I did everything I could to keep you safe, but now I just don't know what to do. I ran the minute I saw him, but he grabbed me by the wrist before I could get away, which is a lot more threatening than it sounds. He has a very tight grip. Please don't run away anymore. I have to get out of here. If I stay, I know I'll end up just like my father. Ellis was the one who killed him. He must have been. Itching, I really wish I could tell you everything, but I can't. Please believe me. Don't you want to live and go to study hall together on Monday? Maybe it's true. Maybe he really doesn't want to hurt me, and I don't want to die, so there's got to be some kind of compromise here. Is he considering it, or am I just double screwed now? I'm sorry. Oh, no, I'm dead. Or not? No, he's just turning around. It wasn't a very good date, so I wasn't paying attention when you left the aquarium tonight. I didn't even get a chance to say goodnight to you or anything. You just suddenly left, and then next Monday you never show up at school ever again. But you're alive out there somewhere, and you're not dead or anything. Oh, so that's what we're doing. This is his cover story. I suppose it's better than drowning. Just so you understand what I mean, Itching, you need to leave town tonight. I can't trust you with knowing what you know while you're still here. You could really get yourself into trouble, you know? More trouble than getting pushed into a jellyfish tank? Fat chance, but okay. If you ever talk about what you read in that book, well, first of all, no one will believe you. But if you do, I'll know. As long as I'm under contract, no matter what you say, I'll find out. And then we'll have to finish what we started back in the viewing room. So tonight stays our little secret, alright? That's very discouraging, but as long as I have this notebook, I'll actually need the book back before you go, since it's kind of my diary. No way, I can't. This is all I have. It might not be fair to him, but who cares about fair right now? Well, okay, that is a huge knife in his hand all of a sudden. Please get it back. You won't be able to read any of the entries you'd be interested in anyway. I always write down everything confidential in Telugu, using a cipher. And even if you manage to figure that out, I have really awful handwriting, to be honest. I'm flipping through the notebook pages, and it's true. Aside from a few diary entries, everything in here is in another language. I don't understand any of this at all. It's like trying to read Arabic. I don't know if you can read Telugu or not, Stringpuller, but even so, getting translations to me would be nothing short of impossible. I really have nothing left, do I? Thank you for giving it back. He still hasn't put away the knife. You really should leave now, Itching, while there's still time. God, what am I even going to do? Call a car? Home? Victor? Will I even be able to talk to anyone without everything I learned spilling out of my mouth? And will Ellis know if I do? Does he have me bugged, or am I already surrounded by some network of informants? Can I trust anyone anymore? Who is Ellis Rahindan anyway? Is he even a student here, or was that a lie too? Why did he kill my father, and what business does he have with the Everetts? Who are all supposed to be dead, by the way? Maybe he was the one who killed them all. I look at him, but the only thing I see in his eyes is the reflection of my own face. Please don't throw away this chance by telling someone about me, Itching. I want you to survive for as long as you can now that I've decided to do this. I could cut out your tongue if you think that might make it easier for you, or hit you in the head just the right spot so you forget everything. That's risky though. I've only done it once before and it didn't really work. Maybe if I had an ice pick? It's just that some people get so stressed that they can't help themselves. They sign their own death warrant without even thinking about it. I wouldn't want something like that to happen to you. So did you want to try the tongue idea? No thanks. I think I'm good, Ellis. Alright, if you think you can manage on your own, that's fine. I won't force you to. We can do this on the honor system. But remember, Itching, wherever you go after tonight, I'll be paying you a visit soon just to make sure you're following our rules. And I'd really hate to kill you after all this just because you let one little thing slip. So just keep things quiet, alright, Itching? I don't think I see anything in his eyes now at all. That path didn't really add anything. I didn't hide any useful information. Alright, time for the next one. Alright, let's go with Ellis. Or not Ellis, let's go with Crispin. Wow, that was an extremely fierce bidding war. I'm glad that this version of me didn't have to participate in that. I guess everyone wants their very own piece of ducks. Now we're down to our last auctionee. Next up is, yours truly. He pulls an envelope out of his pocket and opens it like he doesn't even know where he'll be going tonight. My chosen date is one where I and my partner dine together at a highly rated restaurant. My ideal partner is someone driven and devoted to their family. Here he is, the final and most important member of the student council. If I don't bid on him here, what else am I possibly going to do tonight? Hey Itching, what's your favorite candy? Anything with mint chocolate, why? Oh, nothing, just thinking about later tonight. When you try to poison me with candy. Favorite candy is mint chocolate. Gia knows. Mint, huh? Okay, I have no idea what this was about. Anyway, back to business. Crispin's practically got to be my informant, considering that email. And we've run out of members to bid on, so here goes nothing? No. This date is sold then to Miss Martinet. Martinez, please collect your winnings in the hall outside. And with that, we now conclude our 2014 Valentine's Day auction. May all of us love and be loved in return, whether it's tonight or in the stars. Now, if you'll all excuse me, I find myself expected by a lady. Because, yeah, the game is clearly signaling that it wants me to talk more to Gia. She knows something. I know I gave you the option to deny everybody, but you weren't supposed to actually pick it. What the hell were you thinking? You really think this will be informative in any way? This is such a waste of time. I could be in so many more interesting places right now, but you're having me do nothing? Itching, come on, let's go. What is she talking about? Go where? My old roommate and I used to have this tradition where we'd watch the auction and then eat candy till we got sick because we're both single. And I think it'd be fun to do that with you. You're single, right? That sounds like an extremely good idea, actually. What a shame that you don't have a mouth that exists in this world and therefore can't join in, String Puller. I guess instead of learning anything important, you can just watch Gia and me stuff our faces. Is that what you wanted? You sicko. I consumed so much sugar within the past 30 minutes, I don't even like sweets all that much. It's just how desperate your choices have made me. That's my phone going off. Probably more text from my informant, whoever he is. But this is the bad timeline where neither of us care about finding the truth, so what does it even matter? Look, Itching, Valentine's Day themed jelly beans. They're pink and red. I've only known her for 2 days, but Gia is such a good friend. I don't deserve her at all. What a wonderful, kind roommate. And I repay all that kindness by lying to her constantly, don't I? And then she poisoned me. Wait, no, why are you crying? Don't cry. I'm crying? I have no idea, but if I wasn't before, I'm definitely tearing up now. She hugs me tight enough that I can hear her heartbeat. Her skin is so soft, I don't think we've ever been this close before. Tell me what's wrong, Itching. I want to help. Is it because I couldn't find any mint chocolate? Yes, no? There's no way she could possibly do anything to help. She takes a pink jelly bean between her fingers and positions it in front of my mouth. Stick out your tongue! That's right. Isn't the very tip of your tongue where you taste sweets or something? That's actually a common misconception. All parts of the tongue perceive sweetness. Some are just more sensitive than others. Anyway, Itching, maybe it's none of my business, but you seem like you're always thinking about something angry in the back of your head. It's just sometimes I see like this fire behind your eyes that was set by, I don't know. I want so badly to just tell her everything. If I open my mouth even once, I know it all comes spilling out. But it's happening again. Word vomit. No, wait. Actual vomit. But Gia shouldn't have to get involved with my stupid attempts at playing detective. I want us to be honest with each other and have, like, open dialogue. You know, that's just how roommates should be. But maybe it's hard for you to talk about, so I'll go first if that helps. Then it won't be as awkward. I'll say a confession, then you can say yours if you feel like it. Okay, here's my confession. It's this. I really like you, and I think it would be cool if we went out. If, like, you like girls and you even want to be in a relationship or not, whatever you want. Oh, okay, your turn, maybe. That's kind of a hard confession to follow without just telling her everything about me and you. It's true, I do like girls, and I do find Gia to be extremely cute. Am I ready for a relationship during all this nonsense, though? I have no idea, but here's a suggestion for right now. Take her chin in your fingers. I like that there's not an option to say no. I saw it once in a movie, okay? The other girl is supposed to swoon. What the hell? Let's go in for a kiss. She's definitely interested. She tastes so sweet. Is that from the candy? Do I taste like that too? So, do you feel better now, Itching? I don't kiss a lot of people, so I don't know if I'm good enough at it to solve your problems. But you're a great kisser, I think. She's probably at least in the 75th percentile of people I've kissed, which is a number I will not disclose. So, we don't have to do anything else tonight if you don't wanna. Like, forget what I said about going out. We can just keep eating candy in silence or whatever, right? I don't know why I'm saying all this weird stuff. Maybe because chocolates contain phenylethylamine. What? What is that, and why does she just know it off the top of her head? I just really like being around you, Itching. Is that okay? You're so smart and great and driven, I think about you sometimes. I think that's related to a misconception some people have that chocolate is like an aphrodisiac. And that's the chemical they attribute it to. Is that weird that I've only known you for 2 days, but I already have, like, a crush? I think that's normal. I have no frame of reference for this. My last relationship began an hour or so after I met her. Sort of. It's complicated. I don't know. I should stop talking. Sorry. How long has Gia been feeling this way? She looks so nervous, like I'm about to reject her any minute. I'm amazed she even confessed. Honestly, I've been way too busy to give much thought to how I feel romantically about Gia, but I do enjoy being with her. She's like a pink little ray of sunshine. Something about her just makes me feel at ease. I don't feel that way very often about people, especially not about anyone I've met here. But is that feeling a romantic one? And can I even afford to be dating right now? Why am I explaining my feelings to you anyway? My love life is none of your business. I'll need a minute to think all this through. Whoever's texting me just isn't shutting up. I should probably check to see if it's my informant or not before I make any significant life decisions. Yeah, your phone's been buzzing for a while. I'll open another pack of jelly beans if you want more. She says that, but hasn't actually opened one. Yep, there's the messages, all from Mr. Informant. Let's see what he has to say this time. Why didn't you bet on me? You didn't even try at all. Do you really hate me that much, or do you just not care? It just goes on and on like that. Who the hell does this guy even think he is? He's taking it so personally when it wasn't even my choice to make. It was yours. Honestly, all this "do you hate me" kind of sounds like Victor. He sent me a lot of whiny messages like that over the years. Oh my god, what if it was him? Have I been fretting over trying to date Victor, of all people? Victor is the person I need to talk to least. I can tell you right now, there's nothing he knows that I don't already. Does he think I need him just because he's on the student council and that's supposed to make him powerful? My name is on the school. I think I can get by without his help. And he's out on a date tonight while I have this entire building at my fingertips that I can be investigating. Who's the smart, capable one now? Wait, is that what you wanted me to do all this time? To use this time to go snoop? Itching, is everything okay? Did someone send you a bad meme? It's the dankest Pepe. Gia, you wouldn't understand. But no, I shouldn't do that. I'm already here with Gia, and we should discuss what just happened. Whenever someone asks me out, I like to respond promptly. Still, it's Valentine's Day. What better night for breaking and entering than tonight? Are you living on your bed, like, permanently now, Itching, or are you coming back over here? To run off and investigate is just out of the question. Some things in life are more important than investigating your father's murder, right? I mean, Gia and I don't have to work it all out tonight. Relationships are supposed to take time, even if mine never do. And you didn't come all this way just to watch me get a girlfriend, did you? It just wouldn't be fair to Gia if I left her all alone on Valentine's Day. What is wrong with me? Why can't I just be content with what I have? And why am I getting up and walking to the door? Itching, where are you going? It's past curfew. I hate myself. I feel like the biggest bastard alive right now. You're not, like, gonna go outside, are you? You can't do that. I need some air. By yourself? On Valentine's Day? Don't you want to go with someone? Not, like, me necessarily, but someone? You could get into really big trouble going out after curfew, though, Itching. I'm not kidding. I know you're on Stuco, but that doesn't exempt you from the rules. You shouldn't go, but I don't want to lose you out there. She's talking like I'm heading out to a deadly snowstorm. It's just a few hallways. I don't know, but, like, things happen. Trust me, you might not come back. It's even the worst case scenario. I'll get caught and someone calls my mother. It's a 50-50 chance that she'd even pick up the phone. Fine, whatever. Go out on a Friday night stroll, see if I care. But if you disappear, don't come crying to me. That doesn't even make sense. If I disappear, how could I come back crying? Never mind, just go already. Okay, I guess I have no choice now. Well, that could have gone a whole lot better. I'll just quickly do what we came to do and then get back to Gia as soon as I can. I'll patch things up and make it work as either friends, roommates, lovers. Everything will be alright, and on top of that, everything will be great. Before that, I'm going to break into my father's former office. Funny thing about my old high school, I didn't keep many friends, but I sure did learn how to pick locks there. I almost kind of miss that place. No one ever got murdered. In the interest of stealth, I can't turn on the lights. Even in the dark, this office looks just how I remembered it from my childhood. The only sign that he's even gone is the lack of nameplate or any personal touches. I wonder what happened to those photos of Marcy and me he had on his desk. Presumably the interim headmaster uses this office now, but who is that anyway? I'm ashamed to admit I have no idea. No one who I've asked will give me a straight answer. But there are file boxes for recent months arranged on the shelves, so someone must be doing something in here. So what are we waiting for? Let's travel all the way back to December 2013. It's time to party like it's 2013. There's bound to be some good stuff in there. I mean, these are the interim headmaster's secret files. Any minute now, I'll find something absolutely mind-blowing. Or not. There's nothing related to my father in here at all. It's not like I was expecting plans to murder the headmaster to be in here, but his killer could have made this a little easier for me. What was that? My heart is in my chest. Who could be knocking on the door at this hour? Itching? What? Gia? I don't want to know why you're in here, but why are you here of all places? I didn't even bring you during the tour on purpose. Yeah, I know. I had to ask at the front office yesterday just to make sure I knew where it was. Why are you here? I asked you first. Look, I'm sorry I said all that stuff to you before. I was gonna try and cool off and just let you do your thing, but I just keep thinking about what could happen, and I didn't want you to go through it alone, okay? So I went after you because I was so worried, and I looked everywhere, running really quietly through the halls, but you weren't anywhere. And I thought, okay, maybe where else might Itching go? Maybe the Stucco room or the headmaster's office, but no way, why would she go there? But turns out she did go there, to the headmaster's office, which is supposed to be locked, where you really shouldn't be. I can't stand being in this room at all, so please, let's just get out of here before something bad happens. She followed me all the way here just to tell me to come back. What is she so afraid of? Well, 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 if it isn't Itching for New Games and Gia Tran out for a romantic night of spelunking. Who said that? Is there someone here in the room with us? No, that's not possible. We'd be able to tell if there was a third person nearby. The voice must be coming through some speaker somewhere. But I really can't tell anything about their identity thanks to the low quality of the sound. Who is this? Ooh, I'm just a lone interested party who'd like to help Itching out with her little stunt of breaking and entering. Pardon me if I'm a little skeptical of the disembodied voice's intentions. We're not breaking and entering. We were just about to leave, actually. Oh no, you don't have to worry about me. I'm not some stranger who's out to get you. In fact, I know the two of you very well. By the by, how has Marcy been doing, Itching? I do hope the firm has been treating her right. Marcy's my older sister. She's an attorney. How do they know her? You just transferred in from Worcester Academy in Palm Springs, California about 2 days ago? Yeah, 2. You tried once to hijack your family's yacht, you hate eating olives for a very silly reason, and you've got this obvious romantic tension going on with your roommate. I'm not going to give details, but just between us, string puller, that's all correct, though I couldn't say how obvious the tension is. Wait, what was that last one? And Gia Tran, short for Gianna? You're from California as well, but the two of you never lived there at the same time, which is quite a pity. You're here on the Mortimer Everett Scholarship, even though you bumped into your interview and made her spill her coffee. And you were a police witness last December, and you've completely fallen for your roommate, which I do sympathize. The 4 New Games women are quite hard to resist in my experience. Wait, did this disembodied voice just call my sister hot? Am I imagining things? I could go on, but my point is that I'm not a stranger to you. There's no use hiding anything from me. Who is this? Some of this information is easily accessible, but a lot of it really isn't. This can't be my informant, can it? Victor might know some of these things, but neither he nor anyone else in the student council would talk like this, I think. Anyhow, like I said, I'm here to help, so I'll give you a friendly pointer. If you want to find out more about what happened to the man who once occupied this office, I suggest looking through the sign-in logs from December 13, 2013. Which students came to see the headmaster on that day? It's only natural that if there were foul plays, someone foul must have been in there. That actually makes perfect sense. However, dear, there's just this one little thing you may want to keep in mind. They only keep these records around for a few months after the fact, and it's already been about 2. So, if you said the 2 of you were just leaving, they may not be here when you get back. Which means tonight's the best night to do this. No, Itching, we need to get out of here. Don't you get it? It's a trick. I don't know who this person is or how they know so much about us, but they're not our friend. Why are we even here right now, Itching? Why did you break into this office just to investigate a sign-in sheet? There's a lot you never told me about yourself, isn't there? She's right, and Gia's involved in all this now, whether I like it or not. I should be honest for once and tell her everything. No, stop talking. I don't actually want to know why you're here. It'll only stress me out. All I know is if you're looking up what happened on December 13th, you won't find answers on that sign-in sheet. Look, Itching, I'm not going to leave you. If you want me to stay, I really will stay. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if something happened to you while I wasn't there. This time, I'll be brave. And maybe there's something I should have mentioned earlier about your dad. So just tell me, are we going or not? I want so badly to go with Gia back to our room and leave this all behind. But do I even deserve something like that? And that sign-in sheet, I don't know when I'll get my next chance to see what's on it, if ever. Logically, I know there must be a catch. No one just hands information to you. And this voice has been suspiciously silent as we fight. But I've already come this far, and it isn't up to me anyway. Well, I mean, I already know that it was Ellis. Thank you for giving me this chance to leave things as they are. But even so, if there really is something in here and my other self finds it, you'll tell me, won't you? Okay, so let's get out of here. Leaving already, are we? There are better uses of my time tonight. Well then, don't let me stop you, dear. I have this pervasive feeling of having either just dodged a bullet or a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We move silently through the hallways, two silhouettes holding hands in the night as they run home. The grip of her fingers on mine is everything telling me that once we get there, maybe, just maybe, if we dream it, we'll be safe. I think both of us just exhaled the several gallons of breath that we were holding. Phew! Finally, we made it. We're safe. I'm sorry. That's fine. Just forget about it. And don't want to talk about whatever just happened. It doesn't matter why you broke into the headmaster's office, and I don't want to know. She collapses face first onto her bed. Let's just, go back to eating candy, please? Alright, maybe that would be for the best, just to put what happened in the office behind us. Though I'm surveying our stash right now, and honestly, there's not much left. It's kind of impressive how much we ate. Oh, jeez, I thought we had more. Don't worry, I can fix this. I have other candy. She's opening drawer after drawer, presumably searching for candy. But now she's just stopped dead. What did she find in that one? She's crying. Why is she crying? Sorry, just give me a minute. She takes out what looks like half a box of peppermint patties. Sorry, Itching, turns out I actually do have mint candy, but we can't eat these. They're not mine. That's disappointing because I love patties, but seriously, what's wrong? These patties, are my old roommates. She used to eat them all the time. I didn't realize she'd left them behind. You know, Gia's mentioned her former roommates a couple times, but never what happened to her. From the way she's behaving right now, though, it doesn't sound like it was anything good. I really don't want to talk about it. Or you know what? Maybe I do. All night I bet you've been wondering, why is Gia so scared something bad might happen to me? But I'll tell you about Aqua, my old roommate, and maybe then you'll understand. She's not dead or anything, don't worry. As far as I know, you can look her up and she's still a student here. But I haven't seen her at all since last December. Not a word of communication. And we were really close friends, too. We roomed together all last fall and during junior year as well. We met originally because we were here on the same scholarship, you know? She understood what it was like. A lot of other kids here don't. Our scholarship is pretty strict, actually. We have to keep a 3.9 GPA or above and never ever get in trouble. And stuff like live in a stable household with good parents, and we have to write research papers about EFCO each year. But I guess Aqua never let that bother her. She was so outgoing. She did everything. Then 2 months ago, on the night she disappeared, she left a voicemail on my phone. I still have it saved. She hands me her phone with a pair of earphones attached. Use these. I don't want to hear it again. The voicemail is dated 12/12/13, 11:53 p.m., the night before my father died. I press play. Gia, call me when you get this, okay? No matter when you get this, because I really need to talk to you, and I am in deep, deep shit right now, I think. Shit, I was really hoping you'd pick up, and I don't know who else to call. Just so you know, if I don't see you again, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. She's starting to cry now, and I can understand why Gia wouldn't want to listen to this ever again. A lot of stuff is going to change tomorrow, so don't be like me, okay? Don't get involved. You were right about him. I don't have time to explain, but I think I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. Don't believe... Ah! What happened? Was that her phone falling? More importantly, what did I just listen to? What made her scream like that? The next day, some people came and took her stuff away. When I asked why, they just said she was moving out. I even went to the office asking what happened, but no one would give me a straight answer. Then that thing happened with your dad, so I kind of dropped it. But I knew that Aqua would never have left without saying goodbye. Something happened to her after she left that voicemail. Something awful, I know it. I don't want that to happen to you. Because even if you're beautiful and powerful, you're itching for new games, they'll do it to you too. So we all just need to keep quiet and mind our own business to survive for just 4 more months until we graduate. Unfortunately, I'm not the kind of person who minds my own business. I really wish I was. What could Aqua have even been doing out that night when leaving the voicemail became necessary? Was she like me, breaking into an office where she didn't belong? I need to know what happened. I don't even want to think what might have happened, but I don't know, it probably had something to do with him. And you shouldn't look into it, but if you're gonna, I'm talking about Crispin from the student council. Oh wow, I did not expect that. How was he involved? Did they know each other? I don't know. I don't think they were friends or anything, but it was always hard to tell whether Aqua was just pretending to like someone as a joke or not. But she was really interested in him for some reason, probably because of his family. She always loved getting involved in everyone's business. She won his date at last year's Valentine auction, but I don't think she liked him or anything. It was just morbid curiosity since no one else ever bids. But after that, I don't know what happened. It was like she just had to learn everything about him and his sister. She had a little ironic conspiracy board in our room. She really had to dig, too, since there's a lot of personal information out there about them, her especially. I told her it was a bad idea. She knew how dangerous it was. The kind of people who get to be president of student council are just from a completely different world than us. She should have known that. Crispin might have looked like a living, breathing human being, but I just can't believe that anymore. Not after I asked him if he'd seen Aqua and he just looked right through me. I have to admit, she's not making Crispin look very good right now. So do you get it now? Why I was so scared for you? I could have gotten another voicemail tonight and it would have been yours. I appreciate her worrying about me, but I don't think that would happen. Why not? Just because you're the former headmaster's daughter? How in the world would that stop you from getting hurt? You think Aqua's missing because her parents don't care? Or because they don't have enough sway to make a fuss? No, it's because they don't even know she's gone. So whatever you're thinking of doing about this, stop it right now. I just want you to spend my last few months of high school with you in peace. Because there's not a whole lot else we can do. Now, there has to be something. I can't accept this. No, there's nothing. I know, it's like this awful feeling of helplessness, isn't it? You're always so ready to do something, Itching, to step out of line. Maybe that's why I like you so much. She rests her head on my shoulder. But I'm not strong at all. I'm afraid of everything. That's not true. No, it is. It's okay for you to admit. Hey, Itching, do you think we could just kiss again and not talk anymore? We could definitely do that. You know what, String Puller? I think I'm going to cut you off for just a little while. All this time, I just haven't been able to shake the sense that the moment I broke into the office, I released something terrible. So I want to get as much time as I can tonight with Gia as the me who left progress behind, before I have to deal with those consequences. Does that make sense? It probably doesn't, but that's just me when it comes to cute girls. But you'll definitely hear from me again, in an hour or two, or at least by tomorrow morning. By then I'll be working my hardest to find Aqua. She's out there somewhere, I know she is, and I just can't leave any of this alone after seeing how badly it's tormented Gia. But if I don't come back at all, and I'm sure I will, but just in case, if you don't hear from me, well, never mind, that's not going to happen. I'll talk to you later, okay? Good night, String Puller. Dead. Ellis, no murdering. Alright, let's try the questionnaire again. Who killed my father? Ellis. Come again? Did I hear that correctly? Ellis? Are we thinking of the same person here? Ellis Rajandan, the blue hair, tall, shy, about as spacey as the Voyager 1? That's impossible. He could never. Could he? Why on earth would Ellis do something like that? What could possibly be his motive? Give me some proof. Assassin. A what? An assassin? I mean, I know they exist. That's a real thing. But Ellis? I suppose that would explain a lot. Apparently lack of motive to kill, that freaky scar across his neck, how I don't know his family. It all makes sense, but I'm still shocked. Just wowzers. That's not the end of it, though. If he's an assassin, someone must have hired him. I don't know how culpability is legally assigned between client and killer, but the one who paid is just as guilty, in my opinion. Just give me the name, and hopefully it'll be someone I know. A full name. Crispin... What's Crispin's last name? I'm gonna look up the itch page. I think it has their full names there. Oh, I want the full name. Nope, it does not say. Fine, full name Crispin. You say I want your first and last name. Has Crispin even ever said his last name? He says everyone else's last name. That's really annoying. I don't know, Everett. Alright, I probably have to do Crispin's story to, like, see his full name. That's dumb. Skip you, skip you, skip you, and bid. Good thinking. I have a positive outlook about this branch. If we go by that email, Crispin is the most likely candidate to be my informant. I just wonder why he couldn't be more upfront about it, though. But that doesn't matter right now. If what all the other guys went for is any indicator, I need to bid fast and aggressively. Miss for New Games is open bidding with $500. Oh, Itching, you're going for him, huh? My finger is poised at the machine. Any second I know someone will challenge me. But not a single person does. Going once, going twice. The auditorium is completely silent. What is up with this? Does no one here want to date Crispin? This date is sold then, to Miss for New Games. You may collect your winnings in the hall outside once I wrap up the ceremony. Wow, so that's that. Gia is lingering around a bit as I wait, which I appreciate. God, this is such a weird experience. I never thought I'd be unopposed. Hey, so have fun tonight. I'm glad you got what you wanted. But, just, be careful, okay? Don't get murdered. Even if you're itching for new games and you have a really great and nothing in the world can hurt you, of course I'll look out for myself like I always do. But he's just a rich boy. I don't think I have much to be worried about. Yeah, no, it'll be fun. But if it isn't, in the case it isn't, just call me if you need it. Me, no matter what time it is. What exactly is she so anxious about? But it's too late to wonder about that now, because Crispin has stepped out into the hallway and Gia's already starting to retreat. Bye, Itchings. See you tonight. Crispin, dully watching her scurry away, now turns his gaze towards me. Are you very close friends with Miss Tran? Miss who? That must be Gia's last name. But I guess we're about as close as people who only met 2 days ago can be. I like Gia. I see. Please pay no mind to the question. I was merely curious. Curious about what? Why would he even be interested in Gia at all? Returning to our proper subject, you look absolutely stunning tonight, Miss for New Games. I must apologize for my tardiness. I don't think I'll be getting any explanations for that question, so we might as well move into getting the code word out there. Why'd you call Dux a runaway before? Because by all reasonable standards of judgment, he is one. I fully expect tonight to be his 8th escape attempt despite all his reassurance to the contrary. However, I doubt that his date will consent to go with him this year. We've distributed several advance warnings to the rest of the student body. Okay, so I'm not getting any signs at all here. It seems like Crispin isn't my informant. So then what the hell was that email talking about? Are there 2 people trying to give me information tonight? I guess we'll just have to wait and see if he mentions anything. Otherwise, this will just be a normal date. Maybe I just misunderstood the email. Now then, shall we be on our way? Yeah, just give me your last name. For better or worse, yes, I believe we shall. The streets are so empty, it's almost eerie. It feels like we're the only 2 people in the world out here. And the amount of boring small talk I'm getting from Crispin is not really making it any better. How have you been finding your time at 4 New Games Academy thus far? I've only been here for 3 days, and all I've done is investigate a murder. How does he think I've been finding my time? Do you enjoy your classes? If you are struggling with any of them, I would be happy to help. Is this a tutoring session or a date? Why is he the one asking the questions here anyway? I'm sure he knows much more about me than I do about him. Come to think of it, I don't really know anything about Crispin at all, so why don't we ask him some questions? How can you call me by my first name? This is really starting to grate on me. We're on a date after all, and Miss for New Games is my mother, or maybe my sister when she's in court. I cannot, if you will forgive my bluntness. It is a habit I cultivated long ago in the pursuit of professionality, and it would be rather difficult to rid my speech of it now. Cultivated? Like on purpose? Well, then I must cultivate it for myself as well. How then should I address you? I want to know more, but I don't think he's willing to continue this discussion. I apologize for talking about myself. This night is meant to belong to you and you only, Miss for New Games. He's so distant. No wonder nobody wants to bother cracking the nut that is Crispin. What was his last name again? Yeah. See, I don't even know that. The restaurant is just as empty as the streets outside, save for a very slight staff. The eeriness never lets up, does it? Excuse me, I booked a reservation for 2 under Everett. I was right, he is Everett, but I think I spelled it wrong. What? Did I just hear that right? Everett? Is that Crispin's last name? That's not possible. He must be a non-relation. This restaurant is quite excellent. I've dined here several times and I've always found it to my satisfaction. I think he's saying some other things too, but I can barely hear any of it. I have to know what's going on here. So let's just write Everett down. No E at the end. I never knew your last name was Everett. It is indeed. You may be familiar with my family. He sips his water calmly, folding his napkin in his lap, and I see it is now on his lapel as he brushes aside his hair, a pin in the shape of the Everett Corporation's logo. How could I have never noticed that earlier? You look as if you've seen a ghost, Miss for New Games. That's because I have. The entire Everett family passed away when I was young in a terrible, awful accident. I remember very clearly my father sitting at the foot of my bed telling me that the Everetts were gone. I even went to their funeral. It's where Victor and I first met. How then is it possible that this boy is sitting right in front of me? But he just sighs like he's gone over this a million times already. I thought that you, of all people, might have known the truth, but I will explain regardless. It is merely a common misconception that the entire Everett family has passed away. There are in fact 2 remaining members of the Everett Family Trust, my sister and I. Though its initial dissolution was enough for investors to treat the company as a lost cause, EVCO has now been restored to its decades prior former glory under my sister's leadership. Was that explanation sufficient? I have no reason to doubt any of that. Stacy / Anastasia Everett. Should write that down too. I never read any actual details about the accident. I just assumed that every single Everett was dead because that's how the adults around me acted. And I knew they had a son my age, whom 8-year-old me would never bother getting to know. I always thought that he was dead, but no, he's right here, on a fake date with me. But let's backpedal for a second. Crispin mentioned that he had a sister who is currently running EVCO. I just keep rolling that fact over in my mind. She must be a very shrewd businesswoman to be able to completely revitalize her family's company within 10 years. And that email he was sent, from someone named Stacy. It could have been written by an older sister. It's just a hunch, but I think we should learn a little bit more about Crispin's sister. You and your sister must be close. We are as close as one might expect, given that we are the last 2 remaining members of our family, yes. I can't tell if he is deliberately withholding information or if he's just naturally like this. Now, have you given much thought to which appetizer you might order? I do recommend the tapenade. I hate tapenade. French cuisine at its worst. This isn't working. He's not giving me anything. I'm trying to be subtle, but maybe I should just be direct and ask about that email. How to phrase this? I'm not here to discuss appetizers. I'm here to ask you something. Do you have any information on my father? Is that a good or a bad silence? Should I be worried? Oh god, this was a huge mistake, wasn't it? Is that Crispin's ringtone? I remember it from yesterday. My apologies, Miss New Games. He's taking a call just like that, right at the dinner table, in the middle of an important conversation, really? Oh, hello, Stacy. Oh, never mind. He can talk with Stacy all he wants as long as I get to eavesdrop. Yes, you heard it yourself. She has indeed. Am I the she in that sentence? Oh, you do? Why, yes, of course. Miss New Games, my sister would like to speak with you. He hands me the phone. I hope this is a good development. Hello? Is this Itching for New Games? A voice that pours into my ear immediately makes me feel like my stomach's been drenched in complimentary ice water. Just from those few words. I can tell she doesn't care about how I might respond in the slightest. Hi, Anastasia Everett here. Listen, I just wanted to say terribly sorry about your father. Awful shame, gone so soon. Now, that's that, but my question for you is this. Why, dear, do you feel the need to stick your nose in when it doesn't belong? You come here to date my baby brother based on a single email without even knowing who we are, and that's bad enough. But now you've started asking all these questions to boot, and we can't have that. I'm just very nosy. Oh yes, dear, I know you are. We have that in common. But this is the type of nonsense that is just unacceptable. What a shame. You were doing so well, too. I was about to let sleeping dogs lie, thinking, oh, maybe she really isn't here to destroy everything that the Everett Family Trust stands for. Yeah, if you could tell me some more incriminating information before you kill me, I'd really love that. I'd really appreciate it. But you just had to come across the country to investigate your father's death, didn't you? What? Now, Itching, would you be a lamb and hand the phone right back to Crispin? I do what she says. I don't know why. Hello again, Stacy. Oh, it's quite a shame to have to take such measures. No, I agree completely with your conclusion. That's very generous of you. I'll see you soon. He hangs the phone up and looks at me with those big glassy doll eyes of his. I apologize, Miss New Games, but I must cut our date short. And I would like you to come with me. I want to scream, to run out of this place, to be anywhere but here right now. But it's not just Crispin's eyes on me, it's the entire restaurant staff standing along the wall behind him. They're not saying or doing anything, they're just watching, as if in warning. And I'm terrified to discover what exactly that warning might be about. Please follow me, there's a car waiting for us outside. My sister would like to meet you. We're in the back seat of a car with tinted windows. Now I haven't even seen the driver. Though I'm sitting right next to Crispin, neither of us have said a word. This sure is a fine situation I've gotten myself into. I'm such an idiot. Why did I have to go and give myself away? Of course it was a trap. Of course. The IFCO building looks more or less like how I remember it, though I've only been here once or twice as a child. I don't have much time to look around though, since Crispin is walking me through so quickly. This way, please. Finally, after taking many hallways and an elevator, we're now in a plush waiting room. Please take a seat, Miss For New Games. I imagine you have many questions. Yes, I do. Allow me to explain why you are here. My sister is rather understandably protective of the Everett family name. She has thus dedicated her life to restoring our family legacy, to doing what is right. And therefore, when someone like you chooses to pursue misguided truths, we cannot afford to remain inactive. We've had our suspicions, but your intentions in attending a For New Games Academy have now been made entirely clear. You are here because you cannot You are here because you cannot be allowed to continue any further. Is this all about the questions I asked? They were the ones who made me ask those questions in the first place. This is entrapment. To do what is right, Miss For New Games, is to maintain order, to uplift the fallen, and to punish the wicked. And to involve the Everett Corporation in your amateur murder investigation is, to put it simply, wrong. There is not a soul alive who benefits from having your father's cause of death overturned. So he does know what I've been after. For how long? Therefore, before you enter my sister's office, we will give you a choice. If you consent to sign a number of documents, we will disclose what truly happened to your father. What? Why would they do that? It sounds far too good to be true. If you do not, however, you will be expelled from For New Games Academy effective immediately. You know, I really dislike both of those choices. So why did you recruit me? It was the most respectful course of action to take that also allowed us to monitor you more closely. Right, I should have guessed. Please make your choice, Miss For New Games. Okay, so let me talk to you about all this. The Everetts, dead or not, are looking extremely guilty right now. Why would they be willing to get rid of me if they had nothing to hide? Plus the fact they tricked me into revealing my agenda and brought me here, I'm a bit skeptical that signing all these papers just to get the alleged truth about my father is a gesture of peace. So keep all that in mind when you make your choice for me, because I get the feeling we're about to do some branching out. Sure. Let's see. In that case, please sign every paper included within this packet. He's handing me this huge pile of papers, something that would take at least half an hour to read properly. We probably don't have the time, so I'll skim over the basics. There's a lot of talk about how I, by signing this, give consent to revoke my right to take legal action against EVCO. How I legally can't ever discuss what I'm about to learn. Luckily, I don't think that clause applies to you. On several lines, I sign an additional initial my name along with today's date, February 14, 2014. Very well. This appears to all be in order, so I will now fulfill our half of the agreement. I will say this only once, so please pay attention. Alice Rajandan is the one that killed your father. Pardon? I will now escort you to my sister's office. Now, wait, go back to what you just said. Isn't he going to elaborate? It can't possibly be true. Alice, from the student council, are we talking of the same guy here? Is this really all I'm going to get? But here I am anyway, in Anastasia Everett's office. The suited figure right in front of me, sitting on top of her desk like it's her throne, can be none other than the dead woman walking herself. What's going to happen to me now? Oh, hello, Itching dear. It's so nice to see you again. The last time we met, you were just this little thing at the funeral who didn't even want to look at me. Don't you remember that? Your sister Marcy and I used to be very close. I don't recall ever having met her, so this is as awkward as it is terrifying. But I can't just let her play with me like this. I need to move forward and get what we came for. What are you so afraid of me discovering? Oh, there you go again with those probing questions. You've already signed the papers, dear, so there's no point in asking anything more. Now, if you read the mini contracts contained in that packet, you'll notice you've signed you up for a very special program. She nods at Crispin, who starts the first screen of a slideshow. Did they just have that prepared? The For New Games Academy Remedial Performance Program is a collaborative initiative between the Everett Corporation and For New Games Academy. A partnership between families, just like old times, dear. Ever since its creation by EVCO CEO Anastasia Everett in 2013, it has become an overwhelming spiritual and financial success for all parties involved. EVCO investors, For New Games Academy board members, and students alike have all given the program glowing reviews. The presentation has all these happy, diligent pictures of students who are supposedly real members of the program, but something about it just seems off. Students enrolled in the Remedial Performance Program offer their time to test out the latest in progress EVCO projects in exchange for supplementary academic credit. Oh, so it's a QA internship paid for with grades. That sounds both boring and illegal, but not so bad a punishment, if that's what this is. There are both part-time and full-time programs available. You will be in the latter. Full-time, as in 40 hours a week on top of class, that doesn't seem feasible at all. No, Miss For New Games. By full-time, I mean you will not be attending classes or living on campus at all. Though you will officially remain matriculated, your days will now be spent working for EVCO. What? If the change in housing is a concern for you, there are dormitories within the EVCO building for their full-time members. You may rest assured of living quite comfortably. Now, if there was no way I could possibly do that, just give up on going to school and work for EVCO? What am I going to tell my family, or Gia, or the rest of the student council? Won't Victor wonder where I am? You've signed multiple contracts that spells the details of this agreement out very clearly, Miss For New Games, fully knowing that there would be a price to pay for your knowledge. There is very little for you to lose in this arrangement. We are being extremely generous right now. Ah, Crispin, sweetie. Could you be a lamb and leave Itching and me alone for just a moment? Pardon? Yes, sweetie, you're pardoned. She sounds playful, but there's this underlying edge to her voice that's not exactly... that she's not exactly asking. Crispin not a neutral party to this affair in the slightest, but I'm more than a little worried about losing my only witness to whatever Anastasia's about to do to me. I'll be right outside if you might need me. Oh, I know you will, and I'll run along. He leaves, and now we're alone together. I think I just shivered involuntarily. I'm sorry about him. He does get a little ahead of himself at times. He's always very eager to help out. Do you find that Crispin gets along with his peers? I do worry about him, nearly constantly. Is he happy, would you say? Did she tell Crispin to leave just so we could talk about him behind his back? Why would I, of all people, know or care if he's happy? I've only known him for 2 days. No, he's not happy. Oh, that's quite a shame. You really put a lot of thought into that answer, didn't you, Itching dear? I can almost hear the internal monologue washing across your face. But I know you were only saying whatever you thought might get a better reaction from me. You barely even know him, after all. So then what the hell was the entire point of that question? Anyway, let's discuss a bit of important business. Just us two girls. I've taken the liberty of drawing up your schedule in advance for the next several months. You'll start tonight, dear. I hope that's all right with you. Tonight? How's that possible? It's Friday evening, well past business hours. Our induction machinery does have some kinks to be worked out, but nothing you'll have to worry about if you stay calm, and I do mean that literally. But I have cases of permanent vision impairment with our more irritated inductees when they put the headset on, and you wouldn't want to end up like one of them, would you? What? It only takes a close-up look at your irises, dear. Don't be so frightened. Let's see here. Yes, I put you down to work on some of our more problematic items. You're for new games, dear, so I know you can handle it. There's the visors, implant supplements, and a few other things. That's sort of work that's appropriate only for full-timers. The side effects of these products were unfortunately deemed too dangerous for those attending school. Luckily, you, dear, will have no such obligations to distract you. This is beginning to sound a lot like human experimentation. They're turning me into a high school lab rat. When you signed those papers, Itching dear, you were brought into a non-disclosure agreement in exchange for your right to have any say in what Eve Code can do to you now. But just because you're legally allowed to know something doesn't mean you ought to, dear. Fortunately for you, many of our full-time subjects happen to experience significant memory loss, so you'll soon forget all about this embarrassment within a month or so. It's the memory aids we've been testing, dear. They really just seem to perform the opposite function, but you'll help us fix them up for commercial distribution, won't you? I don't know what to say. Is there any way out of this? I know what you must be thinking, dear, but there isn't any way out of this, and there's nothing you can say or do to make it any better. And there's no going back to make a different choice. So if you didn't want this to happen, perhaps you should have taken this evening more seriously. You only get one shot at life, dear, and all those alternate universes out there don't count, because you're not the Itching living in them. The story is over, dear. You've reached its proverbial ending and lost to your enemies. So just come along peacefully and don't make matters any worse for yourself, won't you? We'll take good care of you. I'm no monster, you know. She's right. I've lost, though I absolutely hate to say it. But what Anastasia Everett doesn't know is that there are so many other versions of me out there tonight, and that you have access to them all, String Puller. She may be acting all high and mighty in her little office right now, but in 1,000 other branches tonight, we'll make her pay, believe me. Oh, such eerie silence. It's almost like you're swearing revenge as we speak. I do sympathize. Young women at your age only have one thing in their mind. Vengeance. I remember what it was like, believe me. But you really ought to focus on staying calm right now, dear, or else the headset scan will not go well for you. String Puller, I'm going to make you a promise right now, for the Doom Ditching for New Games that you'll be leaving behind. No matter what happens to me from here on out, I will never, ever. That's quite enough chit-chat. Why don't we get started? Or finished, rather, might be the right word. Wait, I wasn't... Bleh. Alright. Time to figure out if there's another piece of information I need. Yeah, seen it all. Ellis. He killed because he's an assassin. Crispin Everett. I don't know who that is. I know of a Crispin on the student council, but that couldn't possibly be an Everett. His last name must be something else. Think it through again. Maybe you got something wrong. What? Anastasia Everett. All I can think of is... No, that's not possible. The Everetts that I know all died in an accident 10 years ago. Actually, wait a sec. There was something strange that I still remember about their funeral. My sister Marcy had been very upset that entire week, more than you'd normally be over the death of your father's business associates, and at the funeral she was even worse. I tailed her around the funeral home all morning, but she wouldn't tell me what was wrong. Eventually she just slammed the non-denominational chapel door in my face. I was just as nosy back then as I am now, so I went outside and looked around through the window, but it wasn't Marcy that I saw. I saw this older girl with short orange hair standing by the altar, her face all bandaged up except for one bright pink eye staring straight back at me like I was the abyss. I think there might have been some blonde kid, maybe a boy next to her as well, but I couldn't really say. I was too busy running away in absolute terror because I was 8. Shortly afterwards, I met Victor for the first time, and then Marcy never spoke of that day again, so I didn't dwell on it much until just now. I haven't seen either that woman nor the boy since. They've been nothing to me but scary apparitions for the past decade, but maybe they were more than that. I've been so shocked by the idea of IFCO still being a functioning company that I didn't even consider the simplest reason for it, that the Everetts aren't all dead. And maybe the name Anastasia Everett isn't just a coincidence. Maybe I've even met her long ago at her own family's funeral. But if that girl at the chapel was Anastasia, though, then who was the boy? A younger brother? I know the Everetts had a son around my age whom I'd never met. Assuming Anastasia is still in the area, maybe he is too. And if he is, it's fairly likely that he attends Forney Games Academy. Just humor me, okay? If I know who that boy is, then complete the sentence. Anastasia's younger brother is Crispin. Yeah, that does work out. I don't know Crispin's last name. He looks the part, and he does seem very pro-Evco. You remember that Stacy emailed, don't you? Well, stop me if you've heard this one before, but Stacy could be short for Anastasia. That would make a lot of sense. And I never thought it too strange, because lots of people have pink eyes, myself included, but his really are the same shade as that girl's. A piercing hot pink. Okay, wow, this is a lot to take in. To recap what you just told me, Alice was contracted to kill my father by Anastasia Everett, aka Crispin Everett's older sister. Anastasia is presumably the CEO of Evco, that would make sense. Did everyone in the student council know about this, keeping me purposefully in the dark? Even Victor hasn't said anything. Has he been lying to my face the entire time, knowing everything they'd done? No, he must have said something during our date at least. He could never keep a secret like that from me. What did he say to me? Victor revealed that he was in love with you. Informant. Okay, that's actually not very surprising. Victor being my informant makes a lot of sense. It's very like him to go out of his way to help me. I can imagine it so well. Victor silently watches everything happen, does nothing, and only tells me because he thinks that'll make me forgive him. Okay, so just to round out my questions, what role did Dux play in this murder plot? He must have been involved somehow, but if he didn't do it or hire any assassins, what's left to do in a murder? Maybe he was part of the planning phase. I'll phrase it like this. What part of the plan did Dux suggest? Murder. Like the very idea of killing my father, that was Dux's idea? I'm not even going to try and figure this one out. That answer is so devoid of context. The Dux I've known for admittedly only 2 days would never mastermind a murder. There's got to be some catch, but hell if I'll ever know. This is all really starting to sink in now. Literally everyone I know here was somehow involved in my father's death. Wowzers. Except Gia, of course. She's never done anything wrong ever in her life. But how do I know that for sure? I thought Ellis wouldn't hurt a fly, but now I know very well otherwise. You know, come to think of it, what happened in the branch where I didn't bid on anyone at all? I hadn't thought about it, but that version of me probably spent the night with Gia. Did you see any of that? Did we talk about anything relevant or anyone? This conspiracy keeps getting bigger and bigger, and I feel like I can't rule anyone out anymore. Like, for example, I don't even know who used to live with Gia before I moved in. What if her former roommate's involved in this too? That's just an example, of course. You probably don't know anything about Gia's former roommate. If it turns out that she's actually involved in any of this, I'm going to eat my phone. But on the off chance that something like that did happen, please fill in the blank with her name. It was named Aqua. I lied about eating my phone. It's a brand new and also it won't fit in my mouth. But are you serious? Is this Aqua person really related to everything going on? Gia's old roommate? Ha! I knew it! I was right! Aqua, it'd be too difficult to have you try and tell me everything about her, but I'll be sure to remember that name. But I think I've heard enough now. The cast has been fully assembled. Alice, the Everett siblings, Victor, Dux, Gia, and now this girl Aqua. So what do I do now? I might have told you this already, but I really had no plans for what to do after I found all the answers I sought. Who killed my father? That's easy. It was Ellis. Or the entire Forney Games Academy Student Council, depending on how you look at it. I wasn't planning my revenge or anything. I just wanted to know who could possibly have killed him. You see, a few months ago, not too long before he passed away, my father and I got into a fight over Thanksgiving. About the Victor incident, of course, it always is. And I may have lost my temper a bit with him, saying something like, I hope you die alone in your office. The exact wording I don't quite remember. But what he said back to me, I'll never forget. You'll have to wait a very long time for that, unfortunately. I don't plan on dying anytime soon. And you didn't know my father, but when he said things with such finality like that, he meant them. And that's why I wanted to know so badly who on earth could have made him break that promise. And it turns out it was an 18-year-old student assassin named Ellis Rohandan who now weighs about 100 pounds soaking wet. Who'd have thought? But now that I know everything, there's nothing left for me to do here. I can finally move on. My new life as a normal high school student begins tomorrow. No, yeah, I'm just shitting you. Can you imagine? Anyway, I want a direct confession from everyone involved. And from then on out, who knows what will come next? But I think I've got a good plan for how to get that confession. Just as I thought, the two coy boys were all in the auditorium dressing room getting ready for the show. This is perfect. I knock on the door. Just for new games? I've forgotten what I was about to say. Right in front of me is that boy from 10 years ago. I see it so clearly now. His hair, his bright pink eyes. The sad little boy standing quietly next to his sister at his family's funeral helped murder my father. Is there any particular reason you're here? Behind him, I see the heads turning. Itching's here. She is indeed. But she can't come in, can she? This is the boys' dressing room. Who cares? I've had non-dudes in here before. To do what? You know what. What I would have once considered casual banter now seems like it all has hidden meaning. Are they just joking, or do they know why I'm here? Are they prepared to get rid of me just like they did my father? But I'm going to have to go through with this as best I can. Can I talk with you all for a minute? I suppose we could lower the gender barrier, truly only for a minute? I step into the room, everyone's eyes on me. It's more than a bit nerve-wracking. String puller, no matter what happens from now on, just back me up, okay? I'm about to tell these boys about how I just had a vision of the future. You got it! Sorry, what? Itching, were you, like, pre-gaming the auction or something? Please elaborate on this vision. Imagine me saying in the most earnest voice possible, I had a premonition of my dating each one of you tonight, just like it was real. It's not a total lie, I just wasn't the one who saw the dates. You were, string puller. But how could you date all of us in one night? I believe that she's saying she experienced a 4-part vision of all possible outcomes of her bidding at tonight's auction. I appreciate his saving me the trouble of explaining branching paths. What did you see, Itching? Did we talk? Did we smooch? So you're just gonna believe her after saying something like that, without any proof or anything? Here we go, this is the part where you come in. Since you've seen what will happen, you already know where each boy will take me on our date, which if you'll recall is kept secret until the auction itself. I thought that level of secrecy was completely unnecessary at the time, but now it's an extremely useful way for me to pretend I can see the future. All you have to do is tell me where I went with each of them. Just remember to save your progress here or wherever it is you do, since we'll only get one shot at making this convincing. I trust none of you have previously revealed your date locations, so... I trust that none of you have previously revealed your date locations to anyone, so that Miss For New Games proof might actually be effective. So how about it? Where did we go on our date, Itching? He's so eager. Ever to have the urge to play anything remotely close to the vest, Victor. But okay, you're up, string puller, fill in the blank. Ferris wheel. That's where you wanted to go? A Ferris... It's gonna make me type all of them, so I'm gonna do more saves. A Ferris wheel? What are you, 14? I'm not, but she's right. The Ferris wheel was where we were going to go, Itching. You're so amazing. Thanks, I'll be sure to pass on the compliment. Ooh, do me next. He's so very excited. Like this is some kind of party trick. Aquarium. How do you spell aquarium? Yeah. Wow, that is where I plan to go. Everyone, I think that Itching really can see the future. Of course she can. You go to the aquarium every year, though, dude. She could have found that out easy just by asking. Unlike, okay, she got Ferris wheel right, but maybe Victor's in on it. You know he'd do that for her. Says the guy who runs away every year. You honestly think you're not incredibly predictable? Hey, I said 1,000,000 times I'm not doing that this year. I'm done with that lifestyle now. Escape attempts are so 2013. But even if I was going to run away with my date, which I'd not, I'd still have a location planned as a cover story. Can she guess that? I bet he did run away, but fine, let's guess the cover story. First to go, ice skating. Oh, wow. I presume she guessed yours correctly as well. Yeah, she did. It is clear to me now that you do possess this knowledge, Miss For New Games, but we may as well go ahead and have you predict my date as well. He's taking this surprisingly in stride, but okay. Restaurant. Yes, that is correct. I did plan to take tonight's date to a restaurant. Itching, you're like some kind of clairvoyant. Yeah, for real, there's no way she could have guessed all 4 in a row. And none of us told anybody, right? No, of course not. Were our dates the extent of your vision, for new games? Oh right, I almost forget the best part of my premonition, the part I'm just making up. I'm going to lie and say that what I saw at the end of the night in every branch was a student council member being arrested on the charge of my family's murder. A heavy wave of silence permeates the entire room like I just dropped a bomb, which I suppose I have. So what you're saying is the cops are coming tonight to arrest one of us. Okay, cool. But, who? If she knew who, she would have said. That's part of the trick, providing just enough vague information so that these boys will confess to me of their own free will. Because I don't want just Ellis to tell me what he did. I want everyone in this room to admit that they knowingly deceived me. There's no evidence to arrest anyone over, even if one of us was guilty of killing your father, which we definitely aren't. This does sound like quite the predicament. It's gotta be one of you 3, because I didn't do anything. What are you talking about? We all didn't do anything, right? I'm not 18 yet. They can't arrest me. That's illegal. There's nothing for you to worry about. Mr. Rajandan was quite correct. Even if one of us does encounter the police tonight, there's no evidence whatsoever supporting those charges. We are not the ones who killed your father, Miss for New Games. This warning is appreciated, but we will process it when the time comes. Without proof, meaningless accusations hardly pose a threat. Now, if we may get on with our preparations for the evening. He's right. There isn't any evidence. That's why I'm doing this in the first place. I'll just have to raise the stakes a little. I'll have to raise the saves a little. Because if my wild guess is correct, then at least one person here is going to have a very interesting reaction to what I'm about to say. In my fake vision, the police will then also arrest the interim headmaster. But how could something like that happen? You know who the interim headmaster Itching? Fuck, I don't. That's really impressive. I've never even met them. Well, that might be hard to prove, since I haven't met them either. I was guessing that Anastasia Everett was the interim headmaster, but maybe I should have asked you first, or do you even know? I wouldn't even know how to describe her. She's bound to look completely different now than she did at the funeral 10 years ago. Oh boy, this was a bad idea. I believe that's quite enough of that. Nothing of the sort involving law enforcement will happen at all tonight to any of the parties mentioned. I've humored your outrageous claims for long enough, Miss Rennie Games, but there is a limit to my patience. I know very well you cannot truly see the future. This is starting to look very bad for me. What? But there isn't any other way she could have guessed all those things. And you yourself just admitted that she was telling the truth. I acknowledge that Miss New Games does have an approximate knowledge of the future, but they are not visions that she herself has personally seen. I don't get it. Many of her claims make very little logical sense. She has knowledge of all that happens on our dates tonight, but somehow not the identity of he who gets arrested. How could she know that one of us was being charged with her father's murder specifically, yet be unable to narrow it down between 4 people? And then know that the interim headmaster would also be arrested, but then also not be able to describe her. How, pray tell, could you know such bizarrely selective things, Miss for New Games? Shit. You heard about them. Then why do you speak as if you have knowledge, as if your knowledge is absolute instead of hearsay? This is not good. He's got me cornered. Stay on standby, string puller. You might want to go back to the last checkpoint soon to stop me from running my mouth. I still don't follow. Has Itching just been making everything up? She both has and has not, but the truth is quite simple. Miss for New Games has second-hand knowledge of what might happen tonight because she's been told by someone who has seen the results of all her choices. What? How could he possibly know that? But that doesn't make any sense at all. Allow me to provide an example. Have you ever noticed Miss for New Games' habit of pausing during conversations, especially when responding to questions? Or times when she will look very focused and attentive, yet it seems as if her mind is somewhere else? You're right, she does kind of look like that. Oh no, this is not good. But I zone out all the time, so what's so different about her doing it? Miss Winterbun, Miss for New Games, historically has been known to zone out, if you will. No, not at all. Her focus is always unbreakable. Under most circumstances, the natural conclusion might be that Miss for New Games has developed some sort of auditory processing disorder, but I don't believe that is the case here. Because when she pauses, it is almost as if she is listening to something we cannot hear. Oh my god, we are screwed! Do you want to, elaborate on what the hell that means? It's very simple. Miss for New Games has been connected with an incorporeal force from another world capable of viewing and traveling through multiple branches of time. The sentient being witnesses the results of her decisions and then comes back to inform her about the best path to take. What? No, if Itching says she can see the future, she can. I'll always believe her. And this incorporeal theory of yours makes no sense whatsoever. It provides a much simpler explanation for what she has said to us than inconsistent future vision. I just have to keep denying it. No one else believes him. Crispin can't prove anything. That's ridiculous. You seem quite bothered by such an allegedly unbelievable lie. In any case, her allegations of arrest tonight are at least clearly false, since in order to get us to admit guilt that we do not possess, unless in lieu of proof, you must all at least acknowledge the wide-open holes in her story. Itching, is this true? No, it's not. Itching would never lie to me, and even if she did, it would be for good reason. Please rescind your allegations, Miss For New Games, or we may be forced to take disciplinary action. I don't have any way out of this, do I? I can either deny it until they throw me out, or I can admit the lie and find some way to move forward from there. Crispin was wrong about one thing, though. Not everything I said was a bluff. I do know who killed my father. He's right in this room, fiddling with his jellyfish necklace like that's gonna get him out of this somehow. And I even know who hired him, the one and only Anastasia Everett, current CEO of EVCO. My sister has nothing at all to do with this affair, and I would not ask that you not drag her into it. I have run out of patience to entertain these ridiculous assertions. Please rescind your claims and vacate the premises immediately, or we will be forced to take disciplinary action. Okay, so this is not a particularly good situation to be in. But I can't just leave. You could go back, string puller, but what difference would that make? I didn't give you any choices not to come here. I will give you to the count of 3 before I call security. He's got his finger on his phone's dial button. We're running out of time. 1, 2, 3! Ellis just threw a knife at Crispin's phone, pinning it to the wall. Can't believe that honestly just happened. He really is an assassin. My god. I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that, Crispin. Mr. Rahandan, please explain yourself. It's just that, you broke the rules of our contract. He pulls a cute little notebook out of who knows where. It says right here that neither party involved may discuss any details about the act which are not already publicly available. That includes method of death, identity of those involved, and anything else that's not already in the police report, etc. I'm aware of these stipulations. I have broken none of them. But, you said 5 minutes ago that none of us killed Headmaster For New Games. We are not the ones who killed your father, Miss For New Games. I wrote it down. And his death was ruled an accident. And the thing is, his death was classified as an accident? By saying that we didn't kill your father, that makes it sound like someone did, which isn't supposed to be true. The Rajandan family ensures our utmost discretion and confidentiality as professionals. But if the client breaks our trust, he tears out a page he was just reading out of his notebook. Okay, so someone's gonna have to explain all this to me? You seriously haven't figured it out yet? Crispin and his sister hired Ellis to kill Headmaster For New Games. I mean, you were already in on the whole thing, shouldn't you know already? I wasn't in on it. I barely knew anything about this. If I was in on it, they wouldn't have kept me in the dark. Please, be quiet, both of you. Mr. Rajandan, ripping up that contract will not benefit you in any way whatsoever. You leave yourself and your family vulnerable to legal retribution. Well, I guess you could think of it that way. But we're very good at hurting people, so I think you really don't want to make us your enemy. Oh, Crispin, sweetie, that's enough. You've done as well as you could. The second I hear that voice over the room's loudspeaker, a feeling of pure dread just washes over me. It's quite a shame that you've ruined our working relationship with the most reliable family of assassins in the country, but that's in the past now. Who are you? Oh, how rude of me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Anastasia Everett, dear, CEO of Everett Corporation, naturally. I suppose I'm the interim headmaster who's allegedly being arrested tonight as well. That part always does slip my mind. Itching, I just wanted to go ahead and let you know that this is the beginning of the end. You've made your bed and now you've got to lie in it. No matter where you try to run tonight, someone will give you and your companion what you deserve for delving far too deeply into what you were never meant to know. I have no idea what she means by any of that, but this does not sound good. No, no one is going to hurt Itching. He grabs my hand and I feel much safer than I should at the touch of a killer. I'll protect her tonight, no matter what. What? No, if anyone protects Itching, it should be me. You killed her father. Well, yes, that's the job I was hired to do, but, Itching is the best thing about this school. She's searching for the truth, and I'm gonna make sure she lives to find it. And Victor, how many people have you killed again? 0? How would you be able to protect her at all? It's very inspiring, dear, but I am paging security as we speak. To this room we're in right now? Yes, to this room, obviously. Why did the one guy on my side have to be an airhead? Alice and I need to get out of here now. Oh, you're right. And we just take off straight out the door. I have absolutely no idea where we're going, and no choice but to trust Ellis's judgment right now. And now we stop at the dining hall, which is, as expected, completely empty. Honestly, I should feel a bit more concerned about being on the run with a teenage assassin, but I'm kind of going with the flow right now. In fact, I'm almost optimistic. I've got the one guy in this school who can actually protect me on his side. Who even cares if he killed my father? I didn't really have an escape route in mind when we started running, so I don't know where to go next. I'm not very good at making plans. If course, I forgot the one catch here. Ellis is Ellis. I'm sorry, Itching, but we'll make this work. I won't let the Everetts or anyone else hurt you. We could just... Someone's coming. What? How can he tell? I didn't even hear anything. But he grabs my arm anyway. Now we're entering the kitchen? Or not. We run through the kitchen into the walk-in freezer. This is as good a hiding place as any, I suppose. We wait behind a couple of boxes, trying to not to make a sound, hoping that whatever was approaching the dining hall won't feel the awful urge to come in here, or lock the door so we freeze to death. There it is. I hear their footsteps now. Okay, I think they're gone. God, that was close. My heart's pounding right out of my chest. Don't worry, if we did get caught, you could just rewind. That's not exactly how it works. Oh, well, even if whoever that was had found us, I could have just killed them anyway. I have about 5 concealed weapons on me right now. Good to know. What was that noise? I think it came from the door. He's pushing at it, but the door won't budge. I think it's locked from the outside. Are you kidding me right now? Is this a joke? No, I'm serious. Great. This is just great. Now we're stuck inside a freezer. I don't think I can force it open either. Whatever's locking it is very secure. I don't think we can get out until someone opens the door for us. I'm so sorry, Itching. I said I would protect you, but here we are. It really isn't his fault, but he's right that we'll be stuck here until further notice. Not exactly the best situation to be in. I didn't even bring a jacket. Oh, Itching. He's crying. The boy who killed my father is crying at me because we're locked in a freezer together. How do I even react to this? Pat. Thanks. He sits there beside me and sobs. I don't know what else to do. I'm not really good at comforting people. But eventually, as they tend to do, his tears slow a bit, enough for the situation to become just a bit less uncomfortable. Itching, I wasn't sure if I wanted to ask this or not, but why did you decide to come with me? That's kind of a complicated question, but mostly because I have no one else on my side right now, and he seemed like the best option. And honestly, I think if Ellis was going to betray me, I'd already be dead. But I took your father away from you. I killed him. That's illegal, I think. Oh, it's definitely illegal. And it's my job, so I always thought doing that sort of thing was okay. But grandmother always taught me that there are people in this world who everyone wants dead, but no one can do anything about. And that's why my family exists, to be the bullet in the gun. We aren't supposed to feel anything about it, so I never have. But your father, there were people who wanted him to live, students and teachers at this school, and you. When we met, Itching, I was so excited to get to know you. I loved our talks because I get to learn just a little bit more how it felt to lose someone. But I wonder, maybe I was just being selfish by trying to feel what you felt. Did I like you, or just the fact that you could feel something I never have? I still can't tell. But I'm so sorry now, Itching. I took your father away from you and didn't even think twice about it until I met you. And now we're stuck in this freezer and there are people out to get you and there's nothing I can do to make up for what I did. There's a lot I could say right now, but even with you here to pick them out for me, they still wouldn't make things right. But no matter what happened, we're here now in our current situation. So I'll just let him cry on my shoulder. That's all I can do. I guess this is the confession I wanted anyway. Right now, we just need to focus on finding a way out of here. Here. Well, this is really bad, so I think my only option is if they ask any questions. I don't know what they'll ask, but I just answer, oh, I can't stop looking at that spot on the floor where he... Wait, is someone there? Like in the back of my head? No way, that's ridiculous. Like, hey, if you're a mind reader and you can hear me, sneeze. Or maybe it's cough, not sneeze. I don't remember, but that wouldn't make any more sense, so it's probably cough. This is super weird to think about, but if there is someone here listening to my thoughts, which I don't know why I'm even wondering that, cough for me? Cough. What? Ow! Cat! Cat bit me! Stupid cat. That's not getting you fed. That was definitely not one of my own thoughts just now. Oh gosh, there's someone listening to my brain. I'm so glad I'm alone in this office right now so no one can see me make faces. That would be so embarrassing. That's like the one good thing about the situation right now. Or maybe I'm not alone because you're here. Wow, this is super weird to deal with. Say something again, whatever you want. These nuts. Wow, I really am communicating with a voice in my head. That is wild. Of course, you could be like an auditory hallucination, but I don't think so. Like, I don't have any history of that or anything. You're like a little person hanging out in my consciousness. By the way, what's your name? I need something to call you. Well, I mean, I'm Itching. Okay, cool. Itching, nice to meet you. My name is Gia Tran. Hey now! Wait, that's not allowed. Hold up. Player 2 has entered the game. You actually chose to visit my brain at sort of a bad time? I was supposed to be watching their school's auction right now. It's just this fundraising thing we do every year. I'll explain later. But so I was sitting in the audience waiting for my roommate when suddenly Crispin, the student council president, pulls me out of my seat. Not like literally pulls me out, but more like, would you please accompany me, Miss Tran? He didn't say why or anything. And now I'm in the headmaster's office where I really don't want to be. Because first of all, it means I'm in trouble, and second, I had a really bad experience here recently. And I've been waiting in here all alone for ages. I don't know what they want from me. Did you come here on purpose or something to help me, Itching? No, right? You're not, like, invested in what might happen to me, so I don't know why I'm telling you all this. Or maybe you are invested and you really want to know what I'm going to say when Crispin comes back in here and I have to pretend I'm not thinking about Aqua. Who knows? Oh, he's back. Don't look around. Don't be weird. Just be cool. Don't say anything. You don't have to. Why, hello there. I have no idea who this is. Oh, wait a minute. This must be about my scholarship. Oh, God. It's her. Oh, don't look so scared, dear. I won't hurt you. We're just here to have a little chat, that's all. I'm starting to get, like, way more scared now that she said that. What do I do? What is any of this about? Why is the CEO of EVCO here seeing me in the headmaster's office? Help, what do I say? Hello, Miss Everett. Oh, no, dear. Miss Everett was my mother. Call me Anastasia. What? No, I can't call her that. I've written too many essays about her financial policies. Now, if you'll just give me one little second. She's reaching into her bag, looking for something. It's taking a while. I feel like I'm not even here anymore. Oh, wait. No, she's putting something on the desk now. A nameplate? It says, Anastasia Everett, dear, interim headmaster of Shershgard Academy. That explains a bit, I guess. Let's open your student file, Gia, shall we? Oh, God, oh, God. Ah, here we are. Tran Kamagiana. You've got a very nice transcript here, Gia. Honor roll, taking advanced courses, and you're going to a nice school in the fall, aren't you? My late father would truly be proud to see you representing the Mortimer Everett scholars. I feel like I'm gonna faint. If I did so well, why am I here? You've got a bright future ahead of you, Gia. It would be such a shame if any of it were to fall through. Okay, now I feel like I'm gonna faint. Is that my phone? Oh gosh, that's so embarrassing. My phone just went off in front of the interim headmaster. I'm gonna die. That's yours, dear. Why don't you go ahead and answer? It could be important. It's just a text. It's not like urgent or anything. This really doesn't seem like an appropriate time to check my phone. No, I insist. We've got all the time in the world right now. In fact, I intend to keep you here until the auction is over, and then some. So long as your little friend is still trying to achieve this particular happy ending, I'll just brick up the window after window of opportunity for her. You're one of the windows, dear, if you hadn't caught on. I have no clue what any of that means. By my little friend, does she mean Olive? Oh, sorry, you don't know who that is. Long story short, she's my new roommate. I've only known her for like 3 days, but I think she's super great. We have jumped into a completely different time. The world line value has changed by like 2. That's a Steins Gate reference. A world line change of 1 is significant enough to prevent the death of someone who was supposed to die. Oh, and also her dad is the headmaster. Was the headmaster in our school, is named after her family, too. You know, Shershgard Academy. All of Shershgard. It's a bit weird. But what would she have to do with, like, whatever just was? Please, don't think you had to understand all that, dear. I prefer you didn't. Just be a good girl and check your phone. It's good to stay in touch with your friends while you still have them. But if it's from Olive, dear, and you respond without my say-so, you can forget about ever graduating from this school. I guess I don't have a choice? Gosh, I'm gonna, like, laugh so hard if it was just a text coupon or something. But it's not a coupon. It's from Olive. Go ahead then, dear. Read it out loud. This is the weirdest text I've ever gotten, I swear. It would be really funny if I wasn't being threatened with expulsion right now. Stuck in the kitchen freezer. Please help. Why would she be in a freezer? Oh, that's a relief. She still hasn't managed to weasel her way out of there yet. No matter what you have with you, it's quite impossible to open a pair of heavy double doors when your enemy has invested in the right type of locks. I thought it was weird how Olive, like, just told me to go on ahead because she might be late to the auction, but this is where she went? A freezer? Unfortunately for her, you're currently unavailable and won't be responding just yet. But that will all come with time. We've got a long night ahead of us, dear. I don't... gonna... tell... Dear, are you feeling alright? Or have we perhaps had a little birdie in the room with us this entire time. She's had the player character in her head. Player 3. Ugh. Listen to me, we shouldn't even be here. Olive needs us right now, and you just want to go on and pretend everything's fine? Hey, pay attention, this is serious. There's someone here, in the back of my head. No, get up, what do you think you're doing? I really don't feel well. Come on, he's coming back. If you're sick, you can't even be in the auction for long enough to betray Olive completely. Wait, now there's an idea. I trust that the two of you are ready to go on stage. What a freak. Dux doesn't feel well. He can't go on, so we should just cancel the auction. Does he now? I think I should take him to the nurse's office. You specifically. Who else is there to do it? He doesn't care about me. He's just doing this for her. Mr. Winterbone, let me be clear. There is absolutely no way that either of you can avoid participating in this auction. We are already dreadfully behind schedule, missing one member, and there is nothing else that I will allow to delay this any further. Crispin, sweetie, could I summon you to my office for just a second? Accept that. Excuse me. Dux is about to throw up. We gotta go. Okay, bye. Wait, what? We're not actually going to the nurse's office. Just come with me. Yeah, I didn't think we were. Hi, by the way, you're this weird presence in my brain? I know you're there. I think I'm finally starting to wrap my head around the really uncomfortable feeling of having you around. Feeling less faint now. You're the one thing in Olive's head that tells her about the future. Why are you here, and when can you leave? What? Why are we in a closet? Not like a metaphorical gay closet, but like a real one. How are you feeling? Can you walk? Are you dizzy? You look a lot better than before. Were you just faking? Oh my god, I hate this guy. Okay, let's figure this out. Olive and Ellis can't have gone far, and the fact that Crispin wasn't freaking out makes me think he knows where they are. Plus, he was gone for a while, and he kept fiddling with that thing, whatever it was, and also his sister is here, so... Hey, are you even listening to me? I wish I wasn't. I like Olive and all, but what the hell did we get ourselves into? Hello, focus, Olive needs our help. Is that all he ever talks about? All of the other reindeer? He'd feel so left out if I told him you came to me instead of him. Actually, hey, you know what? I think I will. What? Stop messing around, Dux. It's not funny. You can't just get a person in your head. Olive got one because she's amazing and can do anything, but guys like us can't pull off something like that. Oh, I am going to kick his ass. We're going to drop so much knowledge on him right now. You probably know exactly what Olive thinks of him, right? Victor told me how their date went, and Victor told me how on their date he was going to tell Olive what he did. He thinks that in, like, his part of the timeline, he gave her the courage to accuse us. And if I know him, he came up with some weird code word for them to use. He loves shit like that. We used to say eggshells if one of our roommates was away in the fight for the night. So there must have been something. Come on, I know you can talk. We'll do this as many times as we have to, so, like, save your game here. Just tell me. Run away. How did you know about that? Olive didn't tell you, did she? No, why would she tell you? She barely even knows you. So it's true. You really do have something in your head, watching and listening and telling you about futures that'll never happen. Olive's guardian angel. It's almost like you know all her thoughts. Gross, he's practically drooling. I miss when Victor and I used to actually talk about stuff. So where's Olive? Why isn't the angel with her? What happened? Dude, absolutely hop off for just once in your life. Look, this is important. Just ask them nicely. Where is Olive? Sure, I can do that. But while I have the power here, I think I want an apology first. For what? We don't have time, Dux. Olive could be dead right now. For treating me like I was crazy when I came to him worried about the headmaster. I guess murder is normal here or something, but he could have at least told me that. Instead, he said it didn't matter, and there was nothing we could do, just stay in line and shut up. I guess maybe I could have handled that differently. Also, I want an apology for dumping me. Okay, no, that's different. We both agreed going into this that we wouldn't make things weird, and then you did. Yeah, I kind of felt that. And then we weren't even officially dating. How could I dump you if we never went out in the first place? You know how I feel about Olive. You knew it from the start, so why would you even say you love me more than she ever will? I already know that. When we were, together, I just wanted to be with you and not have to think about what it meant about me or her. Nothing like, I don't know, what you said that night. Just the idea of being loved by anyone else makes my skin crawl, even my own family. Local twink thinks he's the only one to ever have emotional issues. What do you want me to say? That I had feelings for you? Yes, of course I did. But when the same girl has been the center of your universe for the past 10 years, it's kind of hard to have a relationship with anyone else. I know it's a problem. I do this with literally everybody. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry I did that to you. I'm sorry you're not my first choice, and I'm sorry you got involved in all this in the first place. You should have never even gone to school here. But you did anyway, even though you've tried harder than any of us to leave. And I'm here even though I'm probably disinheriting myself, and this is where we are right now. And I think this is our chance to finally stop running away and make a difference instead. So if you won't do it for me, then do it for Olive. We all work together to kill her dad, except me. And we all owe everything to her now. So just ask her angel where she is. I know they know. Fine, let's just get this over with. So where is she? Freezer. In the freezer. Like a walk-in freezer? Are you kidding me? Why would she be there? That's such a random place, so weirdly specific. But it almost makes sense. I thought that Olive might be somewhere on campus, and who would go looking for her in the kitchen freezer of all places? Okay, I'm convinced. Let's go. Wow, that was fast. Come on, hurry up. He still thinks I'd go with him? Like you have anywhere else to be right now? I planned to run away tonight and still could. What, all by yourself? We both know you'd never go alone. Besides, I get the feeling that once this is all over, the Sherscard Academy Student Council won't really exist in its present form. After that, what do you even have to run from? A lot of things still, but I guess he is a point. Sure, let's go get... We jumpin', we jumpin', we jumpin'. Just go into, like, Anastasia's head and just start deleting things. Hey, what's this? Pull, rip. So this one time, my target was hosting a dinner party that I was attending in disguise. It was all going very well until the power went out due to a thunderstorm. Oh, thank God you're back. I've been listening to Ellis's assassin stories for nearly an hour now. Now, are you me? Are you Itching? Or are you Olive? Where have you been? I can't think of any reason why our connection might have been severed. Something must have happened, but thanks for waiting. Anyway, let me fill you in on what you missed. I was so desperate about our present situation that I texted Gia for help. I know I said I didn't want her to get involved, but I had no other choice. We're locked in a freezer. But she hasn't responded. I just hope she's okay. Last time I saw her, she was going on ahead to the auction, so maybe she's just busy watching that? Everyone in the audience there must be wondering why Ellis is missing. He doesn't seem too worried about any of that, though. Anyway, the Baron mistook me for his cousin and managed to cut my throat before I threw him into the wood chipper. I nearly died. That's why I always wear a turtleneck now. Itching, do you think they keep ice cream in here? Look at this boy. He's sleeveless and below freezing temperatures and he wants frozen treats. It's kind of admirable, actually. This box is labeled ice cream sandwiches. They wouldn't get mad if we just took 2, would they? There are many more things that the school's administration could get mad at us other than taking 2 ice cream sandwiches, Ellis. What was that? Who's there? It sounded like it came from the door. Did someone undo whatever's keeping it closed? This could either be very good or a very bad development. It's opening now. Fingers crossed. Itching! Are you here? Oh, come on. My fingers were crossed and everything. You're saved! Oh, god damn it. No, just let death come for me. Not Victor. Itching! I knew I'd find you. I'm so glad you're safe. And now he hugs me. I guess I'll let it slide since he is very warm right now and possibly did just save my life. Hey. Wow, we almost have the entire student council here now. How exciting. Are you here to help? Because if you're not, he runs a finger over the blade. I didn't even realize he was carrying. No, we're definitely here to help. Put that away. How did something like this even happen? Why are you two stuck in here? Well, first we came in here to hide, but then someone just locked us in. I need water. That'd explain the weird lock on the door. You had to smash it. Or I did, anyway. And you don't know who it was? No, we didn't see anything. But honestly, even if we didn't see anything, we know who it must have been. After all, there aren't a whole lot of options. I mean... Anastasia? She's indirectly responsible for just about everything, right? So why not this too? Though that would be impossible since she's not even on campus right now, is she? No, she's here. What? Yeah, no, we didn't really see her much, but she's here. She arrived right after you left to give some really ominous threats about not leaving the Stucco room. Well, what do you know? Anyway, you should know that the only reason we found you because your friend told me. Gia? No, your other friend. Like the one living in your head. You know, your guardian angel! Are they talking about you, String Puller? Is that where you've been all this time? They left like a couple of minutes ago. It was just great because having someone listen to my thoughts makes me want to give myself a lobotomy. Are they back with you, Itching? Are you talking with them right now? We're out of the olive dimension. I didn't even know that was possible. How can you change hosts? Did you do it on purpose? Oh, you did act kind of strangely right after we got stuck in here. Was that when your friend left? Hello, Ollie, Livy, Olive Garden, you there? Don't call her name, she hates that. So I guess you know about that now too. Oh, right, because Olive is her real name, and she's been going by the... I misunderstood. Because at the beginning... I gave the protagonist their name, and she said that's just an alias, and you're going to hear as if everyone is calling me that. But her real name is Olive Shearsguard. I understand now. I'm dumb. I told you from the beginning that Itching was just a pseudonym, so if you're surprised, you only tricked yourself. Hey now, I'm in this post and I don't like it. Can you blame me for wanting privacy for once? Just answer me this. Did you leave me on purpose? Yeah. I don't have time to hear you out right now, but I am going to find out your reason why. We had a deal. You help me with your abilities, and I tell you a story. That's what you people want, isn't it? A narrative full of mystery, deceit, and conspiracies? I gave that to you. Without me, you wouldn't have even been able to do anything at all. I'm your one link to this world. Olive, are you yelling at them or something? If you are, stop, because we need to figure out how we're going to get out of here. Yes, are we escaping the school or not? Where could we go, though? Dux knows better than anyone that leaving campus is impossible. Hey, Olive, is that yours? Oh, Gia's calling. Answer her. Can't hurt. She probably just wants to know why I texted her about being stuck in a freezer. I really didn't supply much context on that. Hello, Olive? I have a message I'm supposed to read to you from Anastasia Everett. I get the feeling this is not going to be a friendly check-in. I'm putting her on speaker, almost as a precaution. I'm reading it now, so please listen. Hello, dear Anastasia Everett here. As you might have imagined, you and your friends are in quite a bit of trouble. Naturally, as interim headmaster, I must call you all to my office at AVCO headquarters. A car is waiting for you in front of the school to take you there. The auction has been cancelled and curfew enforced, so don't worry about any of that. I suppose you could use this time to slip away, but I couldn't possibly say what might happen to Gia Tran if you do. So I do hope to see you all there. That's it, please come soon. She hung up. I don't even know what to say. Do we have a choice? We should all get in the car, shouldn't we? She said ASAP, which means as soon as We all know what it means, Alice. We just all want to know if that... And I think we also all know that this is an obvious trap. So what, you're just going to let that girl take the fall for us? There's got to be some reason why Anastasia wants us to go over there specifically. It's her arena. I've been to her office before when I took that one job. It's just a normal building, no traps or anything. So I don't think there's anything to worry about. She probably just finds it more convenient that way. So are we doing this or not? Honestly, I would feel like super bad if we didn't, and I'm getting kind of tired of feeling guilty all the time. We have to go. Anastasia's invitation is clearly more than it seems, but I can't just throw Gia under the bus like that. I was stupid to think I could ever leave her out of this. No one who crosses my path can escape my future. I know that now. I don't even care if we're walking right into a trap. I have so many people on my side to help me now, even if they were all involved in killing my father, and one of them actually did it. I'm not alone anymore. We'll go prepared, and we'll go with a plan. We'll go with knives. And ice cream sandwiches. I just hope I'll be able to count on you. Oh no, don't you dare. And we jumpin'. Now just get into Anastasia's head and start pelvic thrusting her memory centers. Hello, dear. Anastasia Everett here. So nice to finally meet you. I imagine you might be feeling a bit lost, so please allow me to explain. Recently, the Everett Corporation, for my personal use, has developed a prototype that means very little to most people. It has no name yet, but we call it the PX1759B, or PX for short. It disrupts the connection between you, and I do mean you as an Itching, and your current host. That particular disruption is why you're no longer with Olive Shearsguard, dear. Believe me, I was just as surprised as you were when I discovered you'd gone AWOL. You know Crispin, my baby brother, dear. He does like to help out. Even without my knowledge or approval, he was using the PX all by himself. And so from Olive, the amateur detective, to Gia Tran, scared to death in my office, to, oh, I don't know, one of those other boys, desperate to play hero, then back to Olive herself, you just move from host to host like a butterfly to whoever best continues the story. That's all it is, dear. You came here to be told Olive's story, but once it started to bore you, you left as soon as your connection broke. Nothing to be ashamed of. We all do enjoy a good story full of twists and turns. And oh dear, do I have a twist for you. That's why you're here with me right now. I'm sure you've heard all about how this entire Everett family, save for Crispin and myself, passed away in an awful, awful car accident years ago. And I'm sure you wouldn't mind hearing a few more details about that incident, would you? Here are the facts that Olive Shersgard never thought to tell you, all taken straight from official records. On the night of January 11, 2004, several cars carrying 18 Everetts in total veered off the road all at the very same time. It was snowing heavily, they said, and the roads were absolutely blanketed. It was a tragic, unavoidable accident, they said. What other explanation could there possibly be? Now, have you ever noticed, dear, whenever you've seen me, that one of my eyes is a slightly different color than the other? I have not. That's because the left one is made of glass. Go back and check if you don't believe me. I don't mind a bit. I lost that eye in that accident. I'll be discreet, but the injury that caused it wasn't congruous with anything you'd find in a car wreck. It was almost as if it had been inflicted by some sort of bladed weapon. Impossible, they said. No one else was found at the scene of the crash. There must be some other explanation. But the unusually wild flames of the wreck had left our surroundings charred black. Who could possibly ever solve the mystery of what truly happened that night? And so they sealed up the incident report with great satisfaction, with no one to speak of it again. But I'll tell you, Itching, my brother, and I were never intended to survive that crash. On that night, it was only through the great fortune and help of someone very much like you that we were able to find a branch of time in which we both survived. And that is now the branch in which we happily live today. I thanked my own page turner quite profusely at the time. Rather humbling, isn't it, to know that the entire world is just the singular result of a 17-year-old girl trying not to die. In every other timeline, I assume that either myself, Crispin, or the both of us were killed by the masked figures that pursued us through the forest lining the road. No one believed me, of course. Why would they? I was out of my mind with bloodlust. The very idea of a killer was ridiculous. I must have been seeing things. But I know I lived through that, Itching. I lost parents, cousins, and even siblings on that night. My family and its livelihood were completely destroyed, and I have spent the past decade recovering from that. And if you ever speak to Ellis Rushendon, you can have him ask his grandmother what she did 10 years ago to secure his recommendation letter to Shersgard Academy. But of course, I can't imagine you'll have the opportunity to talk to anyone else ever again, because I'm never letting you go. If it wasn't clear, that was the sound of the PX breaking beyond repair. And I'm your narrator now, dear. I'm your protagonist, Anastasia Everett. And when I win, the story ends. Fade to black. You'll have nothing more tethering you to this world. No more reason to be here. No more thorn in my side. No more traveling back in time. And when Olive and company walk through that door in a second, you're going to sit there and watch like the good little whatever you are. Stacy, they're coming up the elevator now. Would you like me to go receive them? Yes, that should be a nice touch. He is their president, after all. Oh, yes. She's here too. Very quiet this whole time, like a scared little mouse. I feel a little bad for frightening her so much, but business is business, isn't it? The door's opening now. I'm so excited. I'll let you join in on the fun by helping to greet our antagonists. How nice to have all you here. Semantics are very important, you know. You're doing a great job. Hello, it's good to see you again, Miss Everett. Dude, don't just say hi. This is serious. That's interesting seeing her from the other side. Itching, if you're reading this, I want you to force quit out of this application right now. Okay. You got it, boss. What a good ending. Let's check the game files. Oh, I accidentally took a screenshot. How did I do that? Look at the log. Because in Doki Doki, of course, there's stuff in the game files that if you mess with, you can, advance the game. Nothing super obvious. Alright, let's go back to it. What a pleasure to have you all here. You never really wanted to help me out with anything, did you? You just wanted to see who I'd kiss and how I'd die, voyeuristic freak. Just kidding, that's not what she said. Can you imagine? This is what she really said. Jiha, are you okay? Is she all you expected you to be? Is she all you expected she'd be? A little shorter, perhaps. Just make sure yeah, okay. Yes, I'm fine, but you should really, listen to Miss Everett right now. We're all in huge trouble. At least someone here understands her priorities. Right, about that. I'd like to hear what exactly we're being charged with. Yeah, since we're, not the ones here who ordered a hit, you should be the ones negotiating with us. Except Alice can't exactly go to the cops and show them a receipt for the transaction. And I'd probably end up being indicted on several counts of murder anyway if I said anything. It's never a good idea to involve the police. It's mutually beneficial for neither party to expose the other regarding that matter. And let me remind you that there isn't any proof whatsoever that we even did such a thing. However, you have all racked up several outstanding disciplinary charges. Destruction of personal property, failure to fulfill student council obligations, slander, trespassing. You have just as little proof of that as we do the assassination. I have a broken phone and a knife with Mr. Rondon's fingerprints on it in my possession. Again, I'm very sorry about that. And evidence doesn't even mean a thing at Shershgard Academy. The headmaster can write you up or kill your parents at any time for any reason if enough people believe her when she says it's fine. Okay, so here's what you do. Just literally slit her throat. She can say no, 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 and you can go yes, yes, yes. Fine then, so what's our punishment? Expulsion? No, 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 nothing quite so terrible. What I'm about to suggest is very reasonable. We won't be taking any disciplinary action if and only if they all consent to sign up for Shershgard Academy and IFCO's latest joint initiative, the Remedial Performance Program. Now itching, not a peep. If you already know what that is, you're on my side now, and you've got to let me do the talking. I'm having Crispin show them all this very nice presentation that I recently put together, complete with promotional photos and real-life testimonials. Has Olive shown you any of this in previous branches? I really do love it. Oh, it actually looks kind of fun, a bit like an internship. Olive, what do you think? It seems believable, at best. Wait, so if this is like kids with bad grades, then why wasn't I ever in it? You know what my GPA is like. CARPP's sessions are in direct conflict with student council meetings, which until today you've been obligated to attend. Now, if I may continue onto the program benefits. Hey, wait a sec, can you please go back to that last one? To this one here? There was a single title card, there was no important information included. Yes, I know, but I just wanted to see something really quick. Because there's no way, but I thought I saw... No, I'm right, it has to be her. That's Aqua in the top right picture. Back row, third from the left. Why would she be in this presentation? Oh dear, this could be a bit of a pain to deal with. Aqua. That name sounds familiar. Oh, your old roommate. How could you know that? It's a long story. Just tell me exactly what happened. So what's important is that my roommate Aqua totally disappeared without a word last December. But it was always weird because she was still officially enrolled. So is this where she's been all that time? Here in the CARPP? This line of questioning has very little to do with your current situation. I know nothing of the circumstances under which Miss Q4 may have left campus housing. But you just knew her last name. Oh, they're gonna have to try harder than that. Q4 is still a distinct family name in this country. To remember it is entirely believable. Aqua. Isn't that the girl who you dated last year, Crispin? Dated? Miss Q4 did purchase the evening from me at last February's auction, yes. Really? That's it? That's strange. Then why would she... The extent to how much I personally knew Miss Q4 is entirely irrelevant to the matter at hand, however, your introduction to the CARPP. So let me get this straight. A girl you dated disappears suddenly one night and then turns up in this strange program that none of us have heard of? Forgive me if I don't find that very reassuring. Whatever you are imagining right now is most certainly false, Miss Shershgard. Please, I just want to know that she's safe. And how in the world would I know something like that? If I can talk to her just once, I'll join your program, no questions asked. Gia, no. Now there's a beautiful compromise. I'll tell them what. If the entire group agrees to calmly induct themselves into the CARPP afterwards, we'll bring Aqua Q4 right up here now for a quick visit. Deal. Hey, don't make that decision for the rest of us. Alright, I agree too. Never mind. I'll do it too. I want to know what happened to her. What? No, I'm not agreeing to that. I'd rather be expelled. Look, just trust me on this one, okay? Oh, this is going to be even easier than I thought. Very well then, Stacy. I assume you have some way of sending for her? I do indeed. All full-time program members live on site, so we'll be able to wrap this up all very quickly. And then, Itching dear, your time here will be nearly at its end. But I'll omit the next 5 or so minutes of waiting that we can get there even faster. Hey. She does look quite good for a missing person, don't you think? Aqua, it's really you. Hey, Gia, what's up? You were here at EVCO all this time? Yeah, it was. Aqua, it's so good to see you. No, wait, don't cry. Why are you crying? You just dropped off the face of the earth and never even said goodbye. I called you so many times, asked so many people trying to find out where you were. Whoa, I don't know what to say. I didn't get any of those calls. I've been meaning to get a new phone for, like, ever. Sorry, I guess. I'm just glad you're okay. But why didn't you even tell me where you were going? I don't know. It was all just really sudden. I had a lot of shit going on in my life. At one minute, everything sucked, and then the next I was here. And also my phone broke, so yeah, I couldn't text. Oh, Aqua, I never knew you were so unhappy. But is everything better now? Do you like it here? Yeah, totally. There's free coffee, and you, like, play with tech, and then fill out a form to get grades, without even going to class or anything. It's pretty great. So I guess the ARPP was nothing to worry about after all. What? Of course it's nothing. Look at that. Such a touching reunion. Every misunderstanding completely resolved. Okay, Miss Everett, a deal's a deal. You can go ahead and sign us all up. Oh, there she goes with Miss Everett again. How sweet. I really should try to give her a lighter schedule when she's inducted. Hi, Aqua, right? I'm Olive, Gia's new roommate. Cool, nice to meet you, Olive. Oh, I do hope she gives up soon. I'd like to be in bed by a semi-reasonable time tonight. I'm also Gia's current girlfriend. Huh? Wait, what? Dude, shut up and be happy for them. I can't say I knew much about this myself, but I'm not particularly surprised. I do remember what it's like to be a young woman in love, you know. Maybe I could even seat the two of them together during shifts. That'd be very sweet of me, I think. Oh, that's cool. Good for her. I mean, I don't really know you, but you seem like your type. You're right, you don't know me, so I'm thinking we should all go on a double date together. What? Like, two of them and me with someone? I need to find a date. Don't you have anyone you like right now, Aqua? No, not really. No one who's, like, non-fictional. But I thought you could go with Crispin. Didn't you two go on that date last year? I thought you liked him. Oh, I see where this is going. Very smart of her, but I'm afraid I've thought of that as well. Who? I don't date anyone ever. Maybe you're thinking of someone else. And that's quite enough said about that. Aqua, we all know it happened. It was just one date. You can admit it, even if you're totally out of his league. I have literally no idea what you're talking about. Wait, do you seriously not remember? At all? It's perfectly reasonable for her to have a spotty memory, isn't it? Time just goes by so quickly here at EVCO. That's actually really weird if you don't remember any of that. You definitely knew him. There was this one day last spring when you came by the council room asking weird questions about him and his family. You saw one of my knives and asked if it was real. You don't remember? No? Why do you have a knife at school? So you don't... I thought it was strange she didn't even acknowledge him after we'd heard that they went on that date. There's something going on with this remedial performance program. Just look how red her eyes are. Hey, can you maybe chill? I don't get a lot of sleep. Aqua, don't you remember the voicemail you left on my phone last December? No, I swear you guys are just making stuff up now. Miss Tran, if you draw this out any further by playing whatever message you're about to play, I'll have to confiscate your phone. I'll break both your arms if you try to do that. I really want to hear the voicemail. I knew we never should have involved that boy in this at all. Play it, Gia. Oh dear, this is getting more and more complicated by the minute. I'd really like to knock them all out and store them in the warehouse until they calm down, but Crispin is still watching, and just between you and me, Itching, there are certain things in my line of work that require that I'd rather him never see. I really should have him sent away once everyone arrived. With where we are now in the conversation, I'll never be able to get him to leave. The Rajandan boy is also quite an issue. Even if I were to shoot him first, who knows what kind of tranquilizer he's resistant to. But don't fret, Itching, I'll have my chance soon. Even so, I'll spare you from having to listen to Aqua Kufar's very emotional voicemail. I've already heard the tail end of it in person, and who wouldn't much enjoy beating a dead horse. What's done is done. What is this? It can't be me. I've never said anything like that. Someone take me back. I want to leave, now. No, don't go, Aqua. This is real, and we need to talk about it. Let's go. You're pulling off my hoodie. Hey, Aqua, pardon me for asking, but what's that on your arm? No, this stops now. Those are burns. Second-degree burns. He can't be allowed to see those. It doesn't matter what I have to do about it. I won't let him be hurt like that. Oh my gosh, when did that happen? I don't... Aqua? Oh, this is just an awful, awful mess. So much hard work gone down the drain. Did you just shoot her? Do these children honestly believe I would commit a murder in my own office right in front of my brother? Even if it's just a tranquilizer, why would you do something like that? That's the easiest part to excuse out of everything, really. She was obviously about to lose control. I don't tolerate that sort of behavior. The deal is off, Anastasia. Aqua clearly isn't in good mental or physical health thanks to CARPP. We're walking out of here and bringing her home, where she belongs. So you and Gia really aren't going out, right? That was just a trick to reveal the gaps in her memory? Not a good time, Victor. Oh, they actually aren't together? That's a shame. They made such a cute couple. Kind of a defanged version of Marcy and I back in high school. Oh, memory loss, eye strain, burns. What are you running here? Some kind of human experimentation facility? What a ridiculous thing to say. Of course it isn't, just as Crispin said in his presentation. Those were severe burns on her arm, yet she had no idea how they'd gotten there. Come again, sweetie? That isn't possible. One doesn't forget being severely burned. And not only that, she'd forgotten leaving that message. And even me. Stacy, what exactly is it we do in the ARPP? It's true what people say. Those eyes of his really are doll-like. Is this what our family would have wanted? Ah, yes, it all comes back to family, doesn't it? He's been asking me that for the past 10 years. Who could ever say that what they wanted, honestly? They're long gone. But whenever he asks, I always say yes. Then what are we doing in the CARPP is right? No! Who cares if that's what your family wanted? What's happening here is the complete opposite of right. I know you didn't like Aqua, maybe she caused you a lot of distress, and I'm sorry. But you know that what happened to her was wrong. She didn't deserve it at all. You seriously still think after doing all that you aren't like the bad guys here? That you're victims or something? My scholarship is named after your dad. It says I can't ever miss one assignment or I get kicked out. My parents have been separated for years but can't get divorced because it says I need a stable home environment. I'm missing out on 2 stepdads. And they still have to pay yearly dues to EVCO so I can remain a Mortimer Everett scholar. You really think your family's legacy is even worth living up to? Are those truly the stipulations of the scholarship? They are, I'm afraid, but I'd like to remind everyone in this room that it was neither me nor my father who created them. It was in fact arranged in memoriam by the late Ignatius Scherfsgaard. I'm just a single member of the admissions committee. Even if that's true, you still put out a lit cigarette on the back of my hand when I called you Stacy. Ah, yes, I'd almost forgotten about that particular incident. Now that one, I must confess, is on me. I was under quite a lot of stress on that day, you understand. Yes, I suppose you must have been. Really now, I've barely smoked a single cigarette since high school, but on rare occasions, I admit, when I've got a lot... Crispin, she hired Ellis to kill my father. A man is dead because of her. You aren't the underdogs anymore once you've done something like that. You hold a very optimistic view of my involvement in that affair. I was no naive bystander to your father's death, Miss Scherfsgaard. I insisted in arranging it once I was charged to do something about him. The only thing that matters to me about that entire affair is the fact that I was serving the Everett family trust in doing it. I've always told myself that perhaps Crispin didn't understand what he was suggesting when he brought Ellis Rajandan to my office. What he's referring to, after all, when he says he was charged to do something was just a thoughtless remark I made after 2 glasses of bourbon one night. I never imagined at all that he'd take it seriously, but I can hardly deny it now, can I? A caterpillar must become a butterfly. It is only right. And if we must forcibly induct you into this hellish program in order to protect ourselves, Miss Scherfsgaard, then... Oh, oops, I accidentally set the pile of contracts on the table on fire. You won't be able to do any of that to Olive now, sorry. You what? Victor, what the fuck? Arson! 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 The plan was to pull the fire alarm if we needed to get out, not literally commit arson. The office doesn't have a wall alarm, I checked. And I knew Dux always carries a lighter in his pocket, so you thought setting a fire was the best solution? Set more! Now kids, if you ever want to commit arson, make sure you're in the office of an evil CEO who's drugging people and committing lots of crimes. In that case, it's okay. Yes? I don't want to interrupt, but did you mean to catch the desk on fire too? I would have flame-proofed my office long ago if I'd ever knew this was happen. What a pain in the rear. I wasn't thinking. I just didn't want them to hurt you. Whatever, it doesn't matter what you wanted. Everyone just run. We need to get out of here now. What about Aqua? I can carry her. They're all leaving now, following over each other to escape this awful little fire. Also, Aqua has the butterfly that's on the text boxes on her shirt. Is this how the story ends? My enemy slipping right through my fingers, leaving me stranded with an uncertain future? Well, it's about damn time they did, because this is where you'll be taking your leave as well, dear Itching. Fade to black, the story's over. Olive and company may make their getaway at the end of this one, but I can assure you that you will never, ever get to see what happens in the sequel. And there is always a sequel, my dear, sweet Stacy. My god, he's still here. Why hasn't he left already? Please, Stacy, we need to get out of here. She'll need to go on ahead without me. I can't give up this opportunity. No. If you refuse to leave, then I will stay by your side. Compared to your ambitions, my fears mean nothing. Of course, that's what I taught him, isn't it? That everything we do is worth its suffering. Even now, after he's brought me an assassin to resolve my arguments with Ignatius Shersgard, after he's seen what I did to that girl, the idea that it's all for the Everett family legacy makes it completely pardonable to him. But I'll let you in on one last secret, Itching. I don't do what I do because I believe in my family name. Not anymore. I do what I do because I want to win. That's it. Stacy, is the story over yet? As a parting gift, I give you this one last opportunity to put words in my mouth. Not yet. Do you want me to help? I could step into the fire if it'll bring the narrative to a satisfying conclusion. No, sweetie, I don't think that will be necessary. Now then, play the music, won't you? Fade to pink. Oh, you may get away this time, but we'll just sit in the fire and wait for you to leave and then die. That'll really show them. A bit of a trip at the ending there. Other games have certainly done the using saves as a narrative device better than this, but it's still done, like, fine. It's pretty good. Just wish the art wasn't so garbage. But overall, that was a pretty solid one. Don't have a lot to say, because talking for over 3 hours is a little tough. It is kind of funny that it's all just, the music is all just, you know, public domain classical music. There's other public domain music, of course. Can you imagine if it was Scarlet Fire at the end? Scarlet Fire! I feel like the writers had a lot of ideas about the stories, but they weren't sure how to end it. So, like, they wrote 95% of it, and they're like, fuck, how do we finish this? Without, like, literally just killing the villain. Because, like, that would solve things, sure, but it would be sort of against the tone of the rest of the game. And so just, you know, they figure it out. They figure things out. Neither villain is moved really in any way. Crispin, like, is like, oh, is this right? And then she goes, yeah, it's right. Oh, okay, it's right. So instead it's like, oh, okay, this story isn't going anywhere. Set a fire and leave. We out, baby. But the rest of it felt like they knew what they were doing. It's just that last bit felt like we figured everything else out and how we want to do things, but how do we end this? We don't know. God, it's so cold out here. I wish I'd worn more than just a sweater. Itching? Is that you? Where have you been? Never mind, it doesn't matter. We've all been through a lot tonight. And because Anastasia died, I get released from her and I'm able to just float around and find someone to tell me a story. As for me, I went to EFCO with everyone else, and well, we don't really know what we did. Anyway, we can't go back to school tonight, so Dux had this idea that was just weird enough to work. And so now we're walking across a frozen lake to see what kind of sanctuary might possibly lie on the other side. Bad idea. It's gonna crack. From there on out, I don't know what else we'll do. Ellis said that if we make it to New Jersey, we could stay at his house. I'm not too eager to share a house with a bunch of assassins, but that's one solution, I guess. Or maybe we won't do that at all. Maybe we'll go back on the run. Maybe everything will blow over and we'll go back to school like nothing happened. Or maybe my sister Marcy will prosecute Anastasia Everett when I tell her what happened, and we can all live off the out-of-court settlement. None of it really matters, so feel free. I just feel so free right now, even if I think we might objectively be screwed. And I'm not alone anymore. Everyone's here beside me. So even though you just got back, I might not need your help anymore, Itching. Everything is so different now from when I first called you here. And I think we've just about finished the story you came here to read anyway. Do you want to see what everyone else is up to? Why don't you make a decision for me one last time about who I'll go talk to? We're all here, since Crispin, of course. What a disaster. Just making our way slowly across the ice. And of course, you can go back and pick again and again. I don't mind missing a few conversations on my end. So who do you want to talk to? Let's talk to Ellis. Hi, Olive. Hey. Ellis is still carrying Aqua, but we'll see if we can have a private conversation of our own while I'm here. This frozen lake is so fun. I feel like I'm inches above death every time I walk. You are. I've never seen someone drown before. It would be a useful thing for me to know about, but I hope it doesn't happen tonight. Wow, he really is an assassin, isn't he? Olive, how much further do you think we have to go? Who knows? As long as the ice holds thick, I'm honestly fine for another few hours. Is he getting tired of holding her? Oh no, I could keep this up for days. I was just wondering, it wouldn't be any good if any of the others got tired or hungry. This has all been so much trouble. If I knew what was going to happen, I would have never killed your father. Or I'd like to think so anyway. I've never declined a job, but I might consider it from now on, or I've actually been thinking I should maybe just stop completely. The idea's a little scary because I don't really have any other skills. I know I can be kind of a space cadet. I zone out during class and I forget how to do everything that's not written down, so I'm not sure what else I could do. I think the only reason I even got into a fancy school like this was because Mrs. Winterbone, Victor's mother, vouched for me a long time ago. All I know how to do is hurt people, but I want to change that. I know you can. You think so? You know, Olive, we haven't known each other for long, but I hope we can spend more time with you soon as a friend and not just as your father's killer. Maybe one day when you're rich and famous, like a life coach or a professional welder or something, I could be your bodyguard. What, would you just follow me around my house and make sure I don't walk into any glass doors? If you wanted me to, I could. Being a live-in bodyguard sounds nice. I could do your hair for you, too. Hey, you guys want to get a room? There are no rooms here, though. We're walking across a frozen lake. I can't tell if he's just doing that on purpose or not. That's enough conversation for now, I think. I just want to talk to you for a second before you go. Itching, I don't really know anything about you. Maybe you like it that way, I don't know. And that's how I initially wanted things to be between us. Two strangers just helping each other out for their own benefits. So I didn't tell you my real name. I never even bothered to learn yours until Gia told me. If I'd learned anything from the past 2 days, and especially tonight though, it's that you can't expect to do things alone. And that help can come from a lot of weird places, up to and including the boys who killed your father. And that if you ever need to escape from a bad situation, commit arson, I'm still compiling all the takeaway lessons. And I know I shouldn't, but I still keep thinking about Anastasia and Crispin. I really don't want to think about either of them. Whenever I start to reach a conclusion, I remember something else about them that changes it. Maybe there's nothing useful at all for me to say. I'm sure this won't be the last time we see of them. In any case, the battle's just begun. No, I think they're dead. I think they stayed in the burning room. But I don't think it's one I'll need you for. So I just wanted to say thanks. I'm glad that you were here, Itching. I literally couldn't have done any of this without you. You were my only ally for at least 2.5 days, and I wouldn't have given you half as much credit as you deserve. Hopefully I've at least told you an interesting enough story. Now I think it's time for us to say goodbye for real. An epilogue can only go on for so long. You may not get to see what happens to us from here on out, but I think we'll all turn out okay. Isn't that what everyone likes to believe happens after a happy ending? So I'll see you around, Itching. When I get to the other side of this lake, I'll get a chocolate ice cream and try not to spill it on myself. You know, for old time's sake. The chocolate ice cream timeline. And that's it. Also, it sort of popped in my head. I figured out a while back, a little bit ago, why in 2001 A Space Felony, why you're like being charged in the ending, and it's because AIs are part of society and have human rights. And so Mal's admission, with the caveat that it was self-defense, was sufficient to have him be not guilty, and so you killing him then was a crime. Except that doesn't hold water at all, I don't think, because Mal's reason for suspecting his life was in danger was that essentially he was becoming too human. But if AIs are already accepted as humans, then that shouldn't be a problem. So he was making a mountain out of a molehill. So I think figuring out the ending, it made it a little worse. But in regards to this, it's got strong characterization. I like the dialogue well enough. I don't know what else to say. I don't know, it was written well. That's it. No thoughts. Head empty. That's it for today. Tomorrow, finally, the end of an obelisk, and I have a good thumbnail for it. I put a whole 5 minutes of work